Hey there, MPCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem, and today we're going to talk about all things Shadowrun missions with missions developer Aaron Dykstra. And then stay tuned because up next at 5 p.m. is the series premiere of our actual play of Shadowrun 6th World Emerald Glitch. But first, don't forget that you can support our wonderful partners at Fragging Unicorn Games by going to their Kickstarter and backing Misspent Youth Issue 3, Fall in Love, Not in Line. In fact, in 2 weeks, we'll be right here with the creator of Misspent Youth, Robert Bull, and the owner of Fragging Unicorn Games, OC Opti Presley, and lead developer of Issue 3, Clifton Lambert, for a very special interview. And after the episode of Rules of Cool, we'll be playing Misspent Youth on our monthly one-shot show, allowing our Shadowrunners to take a well-earned break. Now, time to get right into our conversation this week. So stay tuned, RemPCs. Welcome back. We are here with my friend Aaron to talk about Shadowrun missions. So just to kick off, what are Shadowrun missions?
So Shadowrun missions are the living campaign of Shadowrun. It's something that's written by usually our demo agents and some other writers that we pull from the community. And really it's about standardizing the set of, rewards and rules so that a player can bring their character to a table, either at a convention or your friendly local game store. And if it's a demo agent running the game, you can take and keep those rewards and bring them to the next convention or to another game store. Those missions are, published on a yearly cadence. So we get a few missions each year, and then those will eventually make it to PDF once they go through layout and get some really cool art. And really, the cool sort of fun goal we have is we want to make it easy for GMs to run these adventures, but also make it so that the players have fun, have some ability to port their character around and really let it grow in a living sense.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about you. Who are you and what is your history as a gamer?
So I'm Aaron. You can find me at as many conventions as I can squeeze into a year. Right now it's the big two, and then Penny Arcade Expo. I like to go to that as well. I'm sort of a latecomer to the role-playing game scene. I didn't start playing until probably about 14 years ago, when a friend of mine got sick with cancer, and we were trying to find anything, me and a couple other of his friends, to really get him back out of his shell and find some ways for him to enjoy. He was a big video gamer. He was a big RPG player and board game player, but it got hard for him to play. And so we were just trying to help him have fun. And from there, it just sort of started this long-term love affair with sort of the flexibility and creativity that comes from role-playing games. And I just keep diving deeper and deeper and loving it even more each year I do it.
That's awesome. So what's your history with Shadowrun that led you to becoming the missions developer?
It's kind of funny. I went to the Evergreen Game Expo in Tacoma. It's a really, really tiny expo. And a bunch of us were GMing, and I was GMing a game called 13th Age. And a friend of mine, and now a friend of mine, Ben, was running Shadowrun. And we didn't really have any players. It was primarily a miniatures convention, so there wasn't a whole lot of role-playing game players, and we kind of got tired of sitting around in this big empty room with like 6 GMs, and so we just started trying each other's games, and I just sort of got hooked. I love the lore. I love sort of the crunchy nature of it. I love rolling piles and piles of dice. The more dice you can roll, the more fun it is. And Shadowrun really, hits all of those like good feels. So and since then, like I think I've been running Shadowrun for about 6 or 7 years now.
Okay.
And I've been the Shadowrun missions developer for about a year.
Great. So going to a con and getting some experience with Shadowrun missions, one of the questions that came up for me is, what is the difference between a season of missions and an arc?
So that's changing a little bit. It's probably easier to explain from 5th edition. So in 5th edition, we had 4 seasons of Chicago. So Chicago would be that long-term mission arc. And so there's the story of, the reclamation of Chicago. And then there's the story of, the bugs resurgence back into Chicago. And so those are really the 2 main arcs that are storylines that come out of that Chicago arc. Now, a season is just 6 missions for Chicago. And also the same was done for Neo Tokyo, which was also 5th edition. With 6th edition, we're changing things up a little bit. With 6, what we're aiming to do is we're aiming for 8 missions a year. So we're increasing it by 2.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot more work. I wasn't quite prepared for that. But, it's good because it gives authors more of a chance to try things out. It also gives players that longer term ability to tell their story. And so we're still going to have arcs in terms of we've got Seattle right now. We're in the middle of the Seattle arc, which involves, this 2 groups of Shadowrun fixers and Johnsons that are trying to, push each other around within the story universe. And then that's going to grow over the next 2 years worth of missions that we've got planned out. And then after Seattle, there's probably another arc coming, and we'll see where that goes. Now, the difference is with 5th, at the end of the Chicago arc, your character was done. You can do prime missions, which are more difficult. But basically, you weren't going to play them that much. We're changing that up with 6th edition. We want you to be able to port that character anywhere it goes. So your character will pick up and go to whatever locations are necessary. Wherever the jobs are, that's where your runner will be.
Oh, wow. So as you get those rewards and your character levels up, for lack of a better word, you don't have to stop at a certain point. You can bring a very high karma runner to a table that has a bunch of new runners.
Yeah, absolutely. It adds a little bit of complexity that usually our GMs are good at handling. The base level of writing and the things that we aim for is easy mode. We do want you to have fun. We want you to come away with feeling like you've accomplished things as a player. There are harder difficulty levels that we've also introduced. So if you and your friends are, you've got 200, 300 karma under your belt and you want to make it more difficult, you can tell the GM, can we do this at a more difficult level? There are rules that allow for us to increase that difficulty and increase the reward as well if you're up for it.
Oh, neat. Okay. All right. So you talked about Chicago, you talked a little bit about Neo Tokyo, and now Seattle. So how many total arcs or seasons are there to choose from and run?
So if you're playing 6th edition, there's one. There's the Seattle one. Now, Hal from the adventure you're about to run in a little bit is also one that's contributed pretty heavily to missions as well. He and I actually took a lot of the Neo Tokyo missions and actually ported those over to 6th edition. So you can run 6th edition for Neo Tokyo. We didn't do that for all of Chicago. It is a time-intensive task. But we did want to make sure that, yeah, definitely Hal's in the chat and he is a cool dude. So, but it was super fun working with him on that. So there are those arcs, but there are things called CMPs as well. So there are a lot more missions to help you level your character up.
So CMP, what is CMP versus some of the other letters that come up in missions like SMH or PM?
It's a good question. We do have a deep love of three-letter acronyms, except for PM. That's the weirdo one. So SRM, if you ever see SRM when you're at a convention like at Gen Con in the catalog, SRM stands for Shadowrun missions. CMP stands for Convention Mission Packs, which is usually mini adventures. They're 4 missions that fit in a locale, or they fit within telling this very specific story. So last year, as an example, last year at Gen Con, we ran the Neo Tokyo Twilight CMP. And what that was it was the conclusion of the Neo Tokyo arc that we weren't able to finish from 5th edition. So it was 4 adventures, and it sort of tied up some of the loose ends and told a story that was hopefully a lot of fun for the players. Then we have SMH, which is Shadowrun Missions Holiday, or So Much Hate. That would be the other thing SMH stands for.
So Much Hate. I like that.
There are April Fool's missions. They're meant to be completely way out there in left field, and they're supposed to be funny and hard and goofy. We're still waiting on we've got a couple of those missions still out in editing. So hopefully we'll see those in the near future and be able to bring those in. But we don't have any of those for 6th edition yet. And then we've got
all of those are 5th edition and earlier.
Yeah, all of our SMHs are 5th edition and earlier. There are some beautiful ones. You have to like puns though, and I know that's not your favorite. Yeah. So there's the Friendship is Tragic is a just absolute classic where you are attempting to save some centaurs. They may have cutie marks. And then there's Seen It All Before, which every scene is a different scene from a different cool like 80s action movie and just loaded with puns. So they're fun. I've enjoyed running those, and every player I've had, you either groan a lot or you just giggle immensely. So
excellent.
But the other one was Prime Missions, and so those are deliberately meant to be super hard. Normally SRMs or CMPs aren't really lethal a lot of the times unless you've really stuck your foot in it. If you play a PM, there's a good chance that your character could bite it as part of the adventure, and that's always one of the risks, but the rewards are generally about double what you see out of an SRM.
Oh wow. Okay. Neat. Having played a couple of Prime missions and a couple of the April Fool's missions, I think very highly of both of them. They are their own monster, but that's a lot of fun.
So we did do a minor change to Prime missions as well for 6th edition, which is that in 5th edition, when you ran a Prime mission, you were done. You could only run Prime missions from then on out because your rewards were so big. In this case, rewards are big, but you can actually still take your character and still go back to SRMs or go back to CMPs. Your character's not done. We want your character to live on.
Okay. That's really nice. Yeah, because that way you don't have to retire your character and not play them anymore or create them back at ground zero.
Yeah, we found that people want to tell a story, and maybe you can't always tell the story at the table because you've got a 3.5 hour block at a convention. But in your head, you're seeing your character go into that dark warehouse, or you're seeing your character do these amazing things, and you're telling your own story for yourself, which we really love.
Okay. All right. So let's say that I'm a completionist. So can I, as a player with my character, pick up from any season, or do all older edition seasons need to be transposed into newer ones?
So the characters from the previous editions don't port very well, which is the thing that we ran into. We tried it when we went from 4th to 5th, where you could port your old character over and run them as a Prime runner. For 6, we just decided you have to create a 6th edition character from scratch, and then you can play any of the 6th edition missions other than Neo Tokyo, because Neo Tokyo is kind of weird. So any of the 6th edition missions that were written for 6th edition, from here all the way to the end of the edition, somewhere a decade from now, you're going to be able to play your character in any of those missions, and it's legal.
Okay. So I get the difficulty of transposing like not only the season and the missions themselves into sixth from previous editions, but also the character. Like it makes sense that, okay, at least start over your character. But is there a place people can go if they do want to play like older missions that do get transposed into the newer ones?
Usually they'll be sold as PDFs, and so you can run them at home. And it doesn't necessarily mean you can take your character to a convention. Some of the things we do is to make it fair and to make it a little bit more balanced, because there are definitely qualities of a Shadowrunner which may make them antisocial, or people that are lone wolves or wouldn't play well with others. We sometimes have to outlaw some of those abilities from the book. So you can't just build anything. But if you buy the PDF and you've got a bunch of friends and you want to run that adventure at home, absolutely you can run it at home. You don't have to make it missions legal, especially if it's older edition stuff as well. I know on Drive-Thru RPG they've got all of the earlier missions, other than like the very, very first season. I don't think those ever got printed to PDF. But I want to say 4th edition and 5th edition has the full complete set. Although I take that back. We're currently working on getting the Neo Tokyo ones out.
Okay.
I'm working with Jason on that to get those finalized. And we've got the art. I think the art's nearing completion somewhere for like the season 9 ones. And then we'll get started on season 10. But it is a long, hard process to make sure that we get it out and lay out to PDF.
Cool. Okay.
But in terms of 6th edition, right now the only way to play them is going to be at conventions until we get through our backlog of season 9 and season 10, and then those will go out to PDF as well.
Okay, so kind of spinning off that, then what makes something missions legal as characters or as a mission?
So we'll start with the mission. So they're written by a group of missions writers. So we've got a set that we have. Typically what I'll do is I will make a call generally a little bit before Origins. Hey, I need writers. This is how many slots I have. Please submit a sample and we'll go pick the 8 writers that we're going to need for this year. Because of COVID, everything got shuffled. And so I don't need writers for next year. I happen to have a whole set of writers for next year, but the year after I'm going to make another call for writers. For your character, we have an SRM guide, which is almost a book in and of itself. Right now, I think it weighs in at about 65 pages long, and it goes through like the first part of it's actually guidance for GMs, like how to handle really weird situations, like what happens if somebody tosses an entire bandolier of grenades into a crowd? What do you do? Because we've seen these things at tables and we want to really help the GM sort of navigate these difficult sort of things and handle it roughly the same from table to table. Because the last thing a player wants to hear is, hey, I was allowed to do this at table X, but now you're saying that I can't do it at table Y. So we have a bunch of those guidance for GMs, but then we have a whole bunch of things around like, hey, this one like gun doesn't exist. You can't use it. Sorry, it's not balanced, and it throws things off. So we remove a couple things for balance. Like an example would be for the Street Weird, the magic book. We didn't allow players to take the ability to have inhabitation spirits, because inhabitation spirits are evil and should really be reserved only for evil NPCs. Because what you're doing is you're shoving a spirit into another person and basically taking over their body and pushing their spirit out. So it's one of those like mind control things, which, I mean, it gets into really sensitive topics. Mind control. There's a lot of really dark, rough edges to the Shadowrunner universe, and we try to keep it as family friendly as possible, even though you're hardened criminals.
That makes sense for missions in a con atmosphere, and you never know who's going to be sitting at the table, and so that makes sense. So what are some of the big story arcs of recent years, and how have they affected the lore of Shadowrun overall?
Probably the biggest one was Chicago, where ultimately you had this part of the setting that had been nuked because of bug spirits, and then sort of left idle for a couple decades. And when we revisited it to tell the story, basically you had the corpse, these big, dystopian corporations that may resemble some of our very largest corporations, were attempting to reclaim parts of the city. And they were hiring runners to go in and sometimes falsifying ownership records or any of these really probably less than stellar activities. And that slowly rolled into the fact that, hey, by the way, spoilers, there are bug spirits that are still there, which was the reason for the nuke. And now you've got to deal with it, or somebody's going to come in and nuke the place. And so what ended up happening was we had this big, massive conclusion where the runners had the chance to either prevent the bug spirits from taking over Chicago and preventing another nuke, or if they failed, like they were, and we got this buy off through all of the rest of the Shadowrun writers, we were going to nuke Chicago. And we tallied up the results from all of the tables we ran at Origins and Gen Con, and sure enough, the runners won in most of the tables. There were definitely a lot of in the overall, like a lot of folks that didn't quite make it through, or Chicago didn't make it in their storyline, but the sum was that Chicago survived.
Yeah, that was that was like my first or second year really getting into the Shadowrun community and missions. And since we have some time, we're firing through these questions. Some of the lore of Chicago, and next week for Rules of Cool, we'll be talking with some of the fiction writers of Shadowrun, and they'll be telling stories as well. But after Chicago was nuked for these bug spirits, and then it's what's called a containment zone, where the radiation is very high and it's a radius around downtown Chicago, and going in there, like, it's a very lawless area. So kind of any rules go. No cops are going to show up if you're in the containment zone or the CZ. And that was something that whole plot was really neat, because at that finale, when what you're doing is going to impact the lore of the game and canon, but also like doing the finale when every other table around you is also doing the finale, and like hearing how many different tables have characters that are burning edge. We talked a little bit about edge last week as kind of a luck mechanic in Shadowrun 5, and I'm not sure if this is still the case in 6. You can tell me, but you spend edge to spend your luck and stuff like that. But if you're dying, you can save your character by burning edge. And that way, that edge, so if I have 4 edge and I burn an edge, I now have 3 edge forever, unless I spend karma on more. So that was
burning edge is still there.
Oh, it is.
Yep.
That was such a scary thing to hear how many edge were collected at the end of that session.
I think at my table alone, we went through 15 edge. It was an epic battle. I mean, they came out on top, but like they went through multiple characters worth of edge on that one.
Wow.
And so we finished Chicago, right? And then we went to Neo Tokyo, where we started to tell the story of runners on the street dealing with the Yakuza. And then we were moving up towards dealing with some of the smaller corporations, and we're going to move on to megacorps and then get into the government aspects of it. Unfortunately, that one was cut short. We do know that the players had sort of this drastic like change in directions, which I know some didn't expect it, where you go from this Wild West sort of Chicago CZ to, hey, you're firing that gun? Like, by the way, there's a camera on every block. There's a watcher spirit all over the place. This is a police state. Like, if you're going to do things, you've got to keep it on the down low and really get into the black trench coat style of play, as opposed to the pink mohawk style of play. And I enjoyed it. I like having both of those styles available, but I know that some struggled a little bit with that.
Yeah, I remember that next season, things that you could get away with in Chicago were just not the case anymore in Neo Tokyo. You cast a spell outside and someone somewhere saw it, and now the authorities are on their way. Um, and same thing, you want to go anywhere, you cannot be armed. So that was, a big change. And when it entirely changes your methods and way of thinking about a run, it's hard to adjust to that.
Well, and as the setting goes, one of the interesting things is you've got these cities that are actually police states. And so if you run in London, or if you run in Neo Tokyo, or if you run in Manhattan, like these are police states. You can't get away with anything unless you really know the area and you can start moving in the shadows much more effectively. There's places like the CZ or the QZ for Boston, or the Sox, which is outside of London. Like these are parts of the setting where it's the Wild West. The police don't go there. There's no security teams. Like you just deal with gangers, which will fit that pink mohawk style of play. And then you get in between, like Seattle sort of being the home of Shadowrun. You get this sort of mirror shades where you've got a little bit of pink mohawk, you've got a little bit of black trench coat. And it really is what you want to make of it as a player and as a GM, which I deeply love. I think that's so much fun.
Yeah, I feel like everyone tries to be black trench coat until you plan and you try to get everything so covert and it all goes to hell. So you just blow it all up, right?
There's also a general trend that I've seen, which is you start the game. The first 2 hours is black trench coat, and then you run out of time, right? Like you realize your slot at a convention's almost out. So, all right, I guess we're going loud, and you go straight into pink mohawk.
Yeah, I've definitely experienced those missions.
But looking at iconic, because we talk about iconic locations, right? Like you've got these long-term like parts of the story. I mean, Shadowrun's been around for 30 some odd years. So you'll find within Seattle, we're gonna probably visit the old Renraku Arcology, which has a long and storied history. It's been, 24 years since the bad things happened in the Arcology, so things are different. But you get a chance to be there, you get a chance to experience it, you get a chance to impact like how it's run.
Yeah, that's definitely neat. So, all right, let's say that we have sold everyone in our chat on Shadowrun missions. Where can our viewers go to build a character and start playing?
All right, so the first thing to do is you're going to need the SRM guide. We're on version 1.6 now, which we try to release them shortly after new books come out. We're usually really good about that in the winter, but when it gets to con season, it's really hard for me to do the conventions and also try to update for the latest and greatest books. So usually we have a little bit of downtime there. That's linked off of the Shadowrun Missions Facebook page. It's probably one of the best ways to get a hold of things. I also post it in the Shadowrun tabletop forums and also at Shadowrun Missions Online. And so any of those three places are great places to get a hold of the guide, which is just a Dropbox that I put out there for anybody to go grab.
Ava is our moderator tonight in Twitch chat. So Ava, if you wouldn't mind finding some of those links and dropping them, that'd be great.
I might have, I usually write up a script that I use when I drop new links into any of those locations. I bet you somewhere I've got a notepad that already has that. Hopefully it's not too long.
I know if you're on Facebook, you can just search Shadowrun Missions and find it very easily. And Shadowrun Missions Online, that's what, $5 a session or something like that?
I think they just reduced it. I think it's down to $2.50.
Oh, wow. So very accessible way to play. And you don't have to find a group or a GM. You just make your character and you can go, which is nice.
And they're super helpful. So they've got a ton of GMs in there. Not as many as they need. Let's put it that way. They're always looking for more GMs. So if you ever want to be a Catalyst demo agent and run missions there, they're always looking for more. And you get the sort of side benefit of if you decide to go to the big cons, you do get a hotel, right? Like there's a huge advantage of getting a hotel when trying to find one when you go to Gen Con. So if that's one of the things you desire, like they're always looking for agents. But they also, like, all those GMs are great at helping players build new characters that are missions legal, and usually that are a little bit optimized. We have a thriving community of min-max munchkins.
Totally. There was a reason for my character creation session. I asked for Hal. I was like, make me really cool.
Yeah. Amber's character, we may have gotten a lot of dice for that fire harms ability.
Excellent. So. Excellent. I can't wait to see her use it.
But yeah, there's a lot of tricks to making it's hard to build characters, right? Like it's a crunchy system. It's one of those things like, and at conventions we do build a runner workshops. So it's 2 hours. We've got a GM. Usually it's 4 players, and they're walking you through how to build a character. Like, what do you think a good dice pool is? Which, by the way, as a hint, it's at least 12. But if you make a suboptimal character, it's okay. Shadowrun Missions is written where you don't need to have dice pools of 12. You can get away with a dice pool of 9 and still be able to be okay through the mission. It really want it to be approachable.
Yeah, definitely. So what do you play a mission? So great. I saved the world in Chicago. What happens at the end of the session? You get certain rewards, and what do they mean? It's karma, new yen, favor points, heat, and reputation.
There are a lot of things to sort of keep track of. Like if I look at a more traditional D20 system, right? Like you get XP and you get gold, maybe you get some gear, right? So the main sort of spendable resources that you get as a Shadowrunner is first and foremost karma. Karma is your XP. You use that, you spend it on improving your character skills, or you may improve your attributes. Like let's say you want to take your agility from 4 to 5. That's going to cost a big chunk of karma. The next thing that you're going to get is new yen. New yen is a monetary payment. So, and that includes things that you've stolen and fenced. That includes bonus activities, because sometimes you'll have a mission where somebody will send you on a side quest that also pays out a little extra. Generally, you're going to see in a mission anywhere from 5 to 7 karma, and from 5,000 up to probably 9 or 10,000 new yen. Generally, the ranges you're going to see. But you'll use that on gear, which could be, cyberware, bioware, a new gun, some ammo, maybe another med kit because you ran out of charges on your med kit. But bigger yet, you're going to have to pay for your lifestyle every month. Because if you don't pay for your lifestyle, you're out on the street. And that has some negative ramifications to your character. You don't start a mission with edge when you're living on the street. You had to spend that edge just to stay alive. And so when you start a mission, you have to accrue it, which is a little bit more difficult. So,
oh, wow. Neat.
Making sure, you want to make sure you have a low lifestyle at least for playing SRM. Favor points. So whenever you do something for an NPC, you're going to earn favors with them. And so really the best way to think about it is one favor. You could earn 1 to 3 favor points. That's a little favor, a middle favor, and a big favor. And you can choose to either spend those favors to get reduction on costs for gear, get free information, because sometimes you need legwork as part of the mission. And sometimes you can just turn that in for loyalty. And so you can say, look, yeah, you don't owe me a favor. I think having you as a contact is a much more valuable thing to me than you owing me a favor. And loyalty has its own impacts on the game. So you can earn better pay. You can fence things for more money when you have better loyalty. So really, it's a lot of choices you have to make in terms of what you want to do with that reward.
Cool.
The last 2 are heat and reputation. They're hard to call rewards. They're a little bit like penalties in a way. So heat is you've done some illegal things, right? And there's cameras all over the place. There's just people on the street that may see you coming through. There's Probably somebody with the camera on their car happened to pick it up when you were walking through with your gigantic claymore sword on your back. Basically, you're slowly accruing all of these little data points. And if you accrue enough of them, at the end of the session, you gain a point of heat. And heat starts to get hot when it goes bad for long enough. So eventually, you're in the area. The police are just going to automatically send a high threat response team, and those are the basically SWAT teams. Another one is they could burn your sin. They could trace all of this down to say, like, this sin was at this location and is clearly somebody that's criminal. You can't use that sin anymore. So there goes 10,000 new yen out the door, because sins aren't cheap.
And sins are like your IDs, your fake IDs.
System identification number.
Yeah.
So you can get a fake, and Shadowrunners don't use real ones if they're good. I'm just kidding. But most of them will have a fake. And you can't get anything if you don't even have a fake sin, right? You can't buy a comlink. You can't go to a restaurant. Like, all your financials, all of your access is really tied to that sin. And then the last reward is reputation. And it's not really used heavily in SRM, at least for Seattle. You will definitely see it more heavily used as we get past Seattle. Where we have a little bit more of a chance to build up all of the different factions that would be in play. I don't think definitely my fault on this one. Like, we didn't spend a lot of time building up the factions and seeing how reputation would fit with them. But what it really stands for is, what a given faction thinks about you. Like, is it a positive sort of influence, or is it negative? And that really is going to play an impact on, do you gain edge whenever you talk to somebody from that faction, or do they gain edge against you?
Oh, neat. Okay.
And so
I kind of like
fun.
that change with reputation. It's which used to be street cred, correct?
Yep.
So it's like that do people want to work with you? And
of all the 5th edition stuff, I think the street cred was probably the most useful. I think public awareness and notoriety was really difficult to use and use effectively. I really like 6th for what they've done with heat and reputation. I think those are just so usable from a GM standpoint and as a writer standpoint as well.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so great. You've got all these rewards, and now you're waiting for the next mission to start. How do you level up between sessions?
So if you're playing a regular game at home, you go through weeks, if not months, of downtime to improve your character. We did a little different. We did things differently for SRM because we knew we didn't have a lot of downtime. Because there's sort of this assumption, like every other week or every 2 weeks, you're going back out on a run so that you can earn some more new yen so you can pay your rent. So we abstracted away that. That's our little homebrew brewed rule in order to handle it. So anytime you have downtime, you get one major downtime action and one minor downtime action, kind of mirroring your action economy from combat, to spend on improving. And if you want to improve attributes, that doesn't cost a downtime action. It's just assume that you as a runner are constantly working to improve yourself. And that when you have the karma, you can spend it and you get the bump. But things like building a lodge takes time. So that's going to be a major downtime action. Going and buying something that you can't necessarily buy easily, maybe that costs a minor to be able to buy it. And so between each mission, you earn these downtime actions that you can then spend.
Neat. That's a big change. I like that, because in the past, it's pretty much just been time, right?
Yeah, and it's not in lockstep. So one of the things we wanted to do from a storytelling standpoint was things occur on specific dates. So if you play that first mission of Seattle, like Seattle has just gone independent. It's 2081. It's the first 2 weeks of January, so it's rainy. It's Seattle. I mean, it's raining even in the summer, but it's more rainy. And you hear, like, written into the adventure, like, hey, St. Louis just went independent as well. And so now you've got sort of this contextual, like, hey, what's happening in the universe when I'm playing these missions?
Yeah.
And so, and then I think we wrapped up for Gen Con last year. Last year we played up till mission 8, which means really in universe you're up to like May, early May, late April,
Hmm.
and everybody's there. Like all the players are in the same position.
Awesome.
Now CMPs are weird, right? Like their adventures, they're not necessarily written for any given date, and it would throw off the calendar. So if you do a CMP, you just get the rewards. It doesn't negatively impact your timeline. You don't have to buy extra months of rent, because by the way, we abstracted rent too. Every two
Oh,
missions, every two SRMs, you have to pay rent.
oh, wow. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense because in the time between getting jobs, usually you're not getting jobs back to back theoretically. And some of those jobs take quite a long time to get legwork and actually complete the assignment. So,
Yeah, and
okay.
so most of them are written from the idea that hey, you've got like 2 or 3, days worth of work, and then you're probably spending the rest of the time healing from your days of work,
Yeah.
or you're doing downtime, right? Like you want to be able to improve, you want to be able to go buy that thing that you've been saving up for.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to get surgery. Like those are things that are definitely downtime activities.
Yeah, definitely. Neat.
Vacation is
Uh,
important, as somebody put in there.
yeah, I like that. So we kind of touched on this. So there's really not a time that players max out and become missions illegal anymore, if I'm understanding right.
That's correct. We want characters to keep going forward. Um, so we do things probably that would irk some folks, and we are aware of that. So really, it's balancing out. Do you want to be able to play your character longer, or are you going to be more upset when we put caps on your dice pools? And so that's the trick that we ended up using is, look, you can't have 50 dice. We're just not going to allow it because it's not fair to, you've got 50 and you're at a table with a noob who's got 12 dice. Like they're going to feel frankly not useful.
Yeah.
And so that's the balancing act that we put in place. That there still will be differences, right? Like somebody with 35 dice, which I think is last I calculated, that's the biggest dice pool you can have based on our rules. Like, yeah, they're 3 times as good as what a starting player is. Um, but that's probably the closest we can get, and
Okay.
still allow you to keep carrying that character forward. And like I said, we do allow difficulties. So if you want to play at a higher difficulty level, I think we've got 3 difficulty levels that we've got specified in the SRM guide. If you're curious, doing it though adds like 4 extra dice to every NPC and increases like every threshold to 2 by 2. Like it starts getting much harder the further up you go.
I wonder if there
Um,
could be some kind of reward for teamwork too, in terms of like, okay, great, I can negotiate 3 times better than you can, but if I assist you so that you can get that negotiation experience, like it encourages that kind of collaboration and helping each other. And that's kind of a neat thought.
I like that. I love seeing. Ultimately, when I look at a table, what I want is every player to have a bit of spotlight. And
Mhm.
so when we write the missions, we look at the basic archetypes, right? You've got deckers, you've got street sams, you've got physical adepts, you've got mystic adepts, mages. Did I say deckers and riggers? But we've got these main archetypes within Shadowrun, and we want to be able to make sure that if anybody sits down at the table and they have that archetype, we have a challenge that allows them to shine.
Yeah.
Um, and that it's a challenge that archetype has to be there to shine. You can't have somebody slide in. At the same
Yeah.
point, if somebody doesn't sit down with that archetype, we want you to be able to still finish the adventure. Like, oh shoot, we don't have a decker. Like there goes the mission. So there's always a way to do things without it. But if you're there, it's just easier if you've got that archetype there.
Right.
Is really
Okay.
the crux.
Okay. So, what conventions usually host Shadowrun missions that people can attend and play, and where are they?
So the big two, right? Gen Con and Origins. We've got an army of demo agents usually, although this year I think it's going to be a little bit rough as well. Like COVID is still a thing. And so we're bringing as many agents as are comfortable to be able to go. And I'm not part of that, right? Like I'm a demo agent myself, but we've got the lovely Mary who runs the demo agent group, and she does her best to organize and keep things moving. So there's those two. And then, as demo agents, we're encouraged to go to local conventions. So there's conventions like the Midwest Gaming Convention, which is located in Kansas City, I believe. And so there's PAX Unplugged that's located in Philadelphia. And usually we've got a couple demo agents there that will be more than willing to run. Also, there's friendly local game stores. If you've got a question, if there's a demo agent in your area, there's the Catalyst Demo Catalyst Demo Team has a Facebook page, and you can always ask, and usually they'll try to put you in touch with a local demo agent to run games, or maybe there's a local store.
Cool. Yeah, so Alternis is going to be at Origins as a vendor this year. So I'll be popping in just to visit friends to the Shadowrun room. But Gen Con, I have offered up to run some first tastes, which are the 2-hour, learn how to play, like what are the rules. So if you're going to be at Gen Con, come hang out and we'll get you started.
Yeah, I know with an interesting thing when you start looking at the demo agents, they are completely volunteer. And I know we actually have one guy who's written a number of Shadowrun missions. He actually wrote a first taste mission so that if players or if the GMs aren't comfortable just making stuff up on the fly, because not everybody's super comfortable improving. I love improving, but there are a couple missions that as demo agents they have accessible now. So we've been really working on trying to make sure that everybody is really well supported, so that you can run your game with others and just have a good time.
Yeah, one thing I do have to say that was a lot of fun. I've only I'm terrified of GMing Shadowrun because it's a lot of crunch, and I'm more role play than crunch. But when I ran the first taste previously, I just ran a very simple thing, and every table I ran for, it was the same adventure, but they all ended up drastically different based on the ideas that were thrown around the table and the role play and the archetypes that were selected and stuff like that. So that was a really neat experience.
Yeah, hopefully Mike's not watching this, because Mike is the one that schedules us all. I have a deep love of doing first taste because I get to have a different mission all the time. I literally make up a new thing every time I sit down. Aww. And I look at what's at the table, and I try to match it to the mood of the table. So maybe they're being hired by this fairly bad gang that wants them to go steal this crate from a warehouse, or maybe they want to sabotage something. But like, do you want it really explosive? Do you want it really like black trench coat? And I really look for matching that mood. Versus sometimes if I'm running Shadowrun missions, I may get the same mission like 6 or 7 times, and it's great because I don't have to prep as much. It's beautiful from that standpoint. But sometimes a little variety is the spice of life. So
yeah, definitely.
First taste is great. I love first taste.
Well, we have just a couple minutes left. So what is a missions adventure that you've run that like turned into a fun story that like is one of your favorite tables that sat down and played a mission with you? What did they do?
There's a group of players that comes to Origins. They always play together. There are 7 of them, so they fill a table. They used to be known as Trolling Thunder, and then they did the Pirates of Pizzazz. I am not sure what they're going to come to future conventions with, but it's usually something way over the top. And so I was running a mission. It was the finale for season 9, and they were playing the Pirates of Pizzazz, and they had pooled their money and bought an airship. And so and what makes it even more funny is so they had bought 6 of the seats at the table, and the 7th was just somebody who had bought a ticket at the table. So somebody not part of their group. They came over, okay, can we add our 7th in? And yeah, sure, no problem. So we had 8 players, And this person had no idea what they were in for, that one random person. And they come rolling in with the airship. They come kidnap the person that was supposed to die in scene 3, and they roll out of town with him. And so it became this exercise of like, oh my gosh, how do I get this back on the rails? Because we've gone so far off the reservation. Like, I have no idea how we're going to handle it. It was great fun. They were a blast. They just come to have a great time. And really, that's what I'm looking for. Like, you've got a bunch of players that have a problem to solve, and they come together and they come up with these crazy creative solutions, and it's just so fun to see. The Seven Dwarves at least one year. Loper's in the chat. He mentions they have come as the Seven Dwarves.
Thank you so much, Aaron. I always love hanging out and talking with you. Aaron is like a mentor to me. So we've worked closely with Rem Alternis and stuff like that. So it's really cool to see his love of Shadowrun and the reason we met come into his mission developer role. So thank you so much for joining me. We are getting close to the top of the hour anyway. But thank you again for your tireless work as missions developer. And I can't wait to see what is to come at convention season this year.
Thank you.
All right, so up next is episode 2 of Shadowrun, Sixth World, Emerald's Lich, and the Case of the Beleaguered Professor. Don't forget that we have a wonderful partner and sponsor in Catalyst Game Labs, and we'll be hosting a giveaway this week for a PDF of Shadowrun, Sixth World, Seattle Edition. You can enter to win by typing hashtag RemPC in the chat. That gets you one entry. And you can get additional entries to win by going to our donation page at www.remalternis.com/Nguyen. All donations help us to pay our cast and crew and keep us producing content. And our biggest donors can have a message read at the end of the episode by the Shadowrunner of their choice. So definitely check it out. And please, please, please remember to go check out the Kickstarter for Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line, an RPG about teen angst, friendship, and rebellion. Stand up to authority and fight injustice with a rules-light, highly narrative, and story-focused game. It's now live on Kickstarter at www.remalternis.com/misspent-youth. Thank you all for joining, and we'll see you next time, where we'll talk with some of the best storytellers and writers of Shadowrun, Sixth World, and hear more about the lore of the world of Shadowrun. Later on PCs.
Hey Rem PCs, it's me Rem, and I play Shayloon on Like Clockwork every Sunday at 7 p.m. Central on twitch.tv/Master of Rem. If you are anything like me, I get very excited to know everything about my character's life and backstory. But have you ever thought about how they smell? I hadn't until I found Pure Alchemy soaps. And I have with me today my very own box of Shayloon. So let's check it out together. I've got my very own Shayloon Ayun little tag here in pretty handwriting. That's so nice. Now Shayloon is a lawful good. Ooh, it's minty. Gnome. There it is. Ooh, like maybe a little floral, a little rosy. And the last is she's a wizard. Harry. Oh, that's nice. It's got like a more spicy, like a patchouli. So let's give a whiff all together of what makes up a Shayloon. So lawful good, gnome, wizard. Oh, that's really nice. These are handmade and custom to your favorite character. And when you become as obsessed as I am, you can also get liquid soap potions of haste, health, and mana, or potions of prevent disease, or what muggles call hand sanitizer. Seriously, go check them out at purealchemysoaps.etsy.com and start loading your coin pouch because they have a new gelatinous cube soap Kickstarter coming soon. Don't miss it.
What a spell! Spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cobblesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
And you're live.
Hey there, NPCs. Welcome to our actual play of Shadowrun 6th World Emerald Glitch. I'm Bob, your GM, and tonight we continue with part 4 of The Revenge of the Green Mansion. So previously on Emerald Glitch, we had one of our characters tried to gun down a Lone Star detective in the street. The detective got away after a pitched firefight versus spell fight. It's hard to tell which of them took the worst of it because the detective did end up in the hospital. And Mr. Bell ended up quite the worse for wear.
Still smiling.
Still smiling for whatever reason. There was a crash. The first of 2 critical glitches of the night. And so our runners had to find the services of a mechanic. So they spent some time at the shop of Miles the mechanic, who put back together Fisher's van. And Mr. Bell sort of put himself back together with use of a med kit. Then there was the tracking down of... so they found out that Detective Boone, who's the junior detective, had gone to visit Detective Watkins, who's the senior detective that they tried to gun down. And they tried to follow discreetly at the hospital, but well, I guess they did succeed. There was a purposefully being hit by a car on behalf of Nova, as Nova was able to place a tracking device. The often used RFID tag from Fisher. Gotten so much mileage out of that tag. You guys tracked him down to his house, where you found him eventually sort of falling asleep in his armchair with a beer in hand. And then there was the second of 2 critical glitches as you guys tried to... Well, you did sneak in because you were all invisible, but Curie took a dive onto the floor. That could have gone so much worse. But we pick up with the team throwing the bound Detective Boone into the van and driving off. And so here's where we pick up. So I'm going to ask you, by way of guidance, where do you want to go? What do you want to do? Fisher's driving.
I recommend the mansion.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So you take him to the mansion. So Fisher, maybe grudgingly, punches in the Green Mansion coordinates. Not the only member of this team who's kind of freaked out by the Green Mansion. And pushes the button, and the van drives itself to the Green Mansion. And as you drive up, you see the concierge standing out front. Welcome to the Green Mansion.
Good evening, madame.
Good evening, Mr. Bell.
We have a suspect. We're guessing that this one might be responsible for causing the discord. TM.
Very good. Very good. Well.
However, we don't have any solid proof. I suggest we take him to room 104.
Yes, reserve room 104 for him, and secure him there, and I'll be along in a moment.
Very well.
And so is that what you do? You carry him to room 104?
Mm-hmm.
Is anyone else going? Anyone else going?
Absolutely.
Yes. Yes, but I will stand watch outside the room because I don't want the guy to see my face.
Well, he's unconscious at this point.
Well, he will wake up at some point.
He will wake up fairly soon because it's just trank patches, and he'll get a natural healing test against the stun. It is close to midnight by now, so probably not too long before he makes that roll. So Mr. Bell throws him onto the bed. So this is a very old room. You can tell, like, the furnishings are quite antiquated. It's clean, but it smells pretty musty. And this was one of those rooms, Curie, that you decided something bad happened here.
Yeah, I'm real sure. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that the room, I mean, like the mustiness of a clearly hotel room and the antiquated stuff is a clue to the cop. So I'm going to try to like close the curtains and darken everything as much as possible so that he can't get a bearing on what's around him.
Oh, so as you go to look at the curtains are already drawn, and it's clear that, like, you go to sort of mess with the curtains, and the curtains are actually sewn shut.
Not creepy?
You're not sure how long it's been since sunlight has entered this room.
Yeah, that's disturbing. But that's done. So I'll just kind of slink into the shadows and wait.
The concierge appears as if from nowhere at the doorway. So Nova, you see her first, and she steps into the doorway and says, "If you'll excuse us, I'll take it from here."
Oh, you mean you don't need us to do anything?
I have ways of interrogation.
Cool. Do you have snacks? It's been a while.
Of course, Mr. Bell, would you be so kind to show them to the dining room? Prepare them the midnight special.
I don't like that code word, but okay, thanks.
That's not a code word. Should you need assistance, mistress, give a call.
Thank you, Mr. Bell.
I hold the door open for you all. I, with an open palm, point towards the hallway, and then shut the door behind you. Lock it.
Okay. And so everybody has left the room and is following Mr. Bell.
Mr. Bell, you promised
Yep.
midnight special is not word for like a code for like murdering us.
Yes, we have no services called the Midnight Special. That might be other hotels.
Okay.
Most hotels don't have secret codes for killing folks.
Fair. That's fair. So we walk down the hall to the elevator. Is it like a haunted mansion type hallway?
This is all on one floor. So room's 104, and there's 105 next to it. And then you go down the mansion, you go past the front desk, and there's a dining room. And there's a kitchen attached where you can pull out a midnight snack and maybe some drinks.
And since I'm the only staff there, I do.
Okay.
Pull out dish by dish after warming them up
And it's the same. It's the same dining room table where you had your meeting.
I do take a whole 10 minutes or so to actually set up dishware and napkins that are folded neatly, and set up all your spaces on the table. The whole hey, I have customer service as a knowledge. Does anything happen that I'm doing this? Do I get edge?
You know what? I will allow you to regain 2 edge,
Cool.
and I will allow everyone else to regain 1 edge.
That always scares me because I feel like he's doing that because we need it.
I'm just scared of anything actually after that last altercation.
I think we have grounds to be afraid.
And so Mr. Bell sets up the places for you and brings out food. And do you bring out wine or?
Sure. Yeah, the whole deal.
Okay.
Welcome to the Green Mansion.
How long do you think this will take?
You're talking to me.
I was more gonna ask, is that it? Are we done?
Yes, that's a question to Mr. Bell.
Oh, as I come back from the back, imagine there's like a wait staff, like back and forth constantly. I stop. I don't think we need to worry about this detective, but we may need to apprehend the next.
Should we just be doing that now then?
Aren't you hungry?
I mean, road snacks, we have pockets.
I hear that, but I still complete my service.
You're bringing out the last of the food, and people are either eating or not, or stuffing pockets or not. The concierge appears again, as if from nowhere. Sort of slinks around the hallway into the dining room. Mr. Boone was quite cooperative. He is one of 2 individuals responsible for stirring up the mob trouble. The other, as you may know, is Detective Watkins. And he suspects that Detective Watkins should be home by morning. Apparently, she received a visit from her supervisor in the Department of Paranormal Investigations, and he was able to heal most of her injuries. In case it matters, the name of that person is Detective Lieutenant Francis Jameson.
Have we heard the name Jameson before?
You have not.
Oh.
But as far as Mr. Boone knows, Jameson is not responsible for this. Apparently, Boone and Watkins were freelancing somewhat. He thinks, but does not have. He thinks, but does not have evidence that Watkins killed someone by the name of Luca Giordano.
Yeah, it sounds like internal affairs might need to take a look at this department if the local law enforcement is freelancing.
Indeed, but I think the more expedient way to do this is to fulfill your original contract and bring Detective Watkins here.
Madame, Detective Watkins is also responsible for breach of contract and collecting from Luca Giordano. Can we collect that from her?
I would expect nothing less.
Excellent.
Will there
Finish
be anything
my
else?
as I finish my food, I just like without even saying anything to the others, I stand up and like push my chair back, and I'm like, back to work.
Very good. I will take care of this. Perhaps this may be an opportunity for you to get some rest. And she sort of looks Mr. Bell over a bit.
I look around
look at
the
the team.
room and I look around the room and remember the feeling of all the bad that's happened here, and I'm like, no, I'm fine. Thank you.
Very well.
Would anyone else like rest? You're welcome to stay here.
No, you know what? I think we should go and yeah, come on, Mr. Bell, we should leave.
And
Very
Violet
well.
will look at the concierge and say, "We thank you kindly for your hospitality. We do like to get things done as quickly as possible."
Of course. I appreciate efficiency.
Some medical assistance, though, Madame, would be appreciated.
Yes. Are you the only one who is injured?
I think so.
I'm pretty okay, and I think most of my stuff is stunned. So
Cool. I head back out to Fisher's car.
So the concierge she grabs a little duster and starts dusting, as if dusting lint from your suit, Mr. Bell, and you heal 4 boxes of physical damage.
Sweet. Oh. Oh. Why is it blinking? Oh, there we go.
All right. So you guys head out?
damn, everyone's taking too long. I go.
Okay.
I'm already in the car.
All right. So you guys make your way out to the van.
Whoever the last person is who's getting in the car, I just appear next to you and get in.
So are we intercepting when she leaves the hospital, is in transit on the way home, or at her home?
Well, it worked when we did a home invasion earlier. I don't think fighting in the streets was a good idea before that. So maybe we try another B&E.
Respectfully, you are the magic expert, Curie. I would trust your judgment in approaching this one.
The difficulty is I'm certain her home is warded, not to mention any spirits that she has there. So I would not be able to prepare until walking in. That's one downside, but I also agree with Nova.
Did the wards expire? Like spirits have to go home when it gets dark?
No, not in the same way. With enough time, there's probably fade, but it's
So you know, Curie,
hasn't.
that typically it lasts for a longer period of time, and if you spend karma when you craft the ward, it's permanent.
Yeah, if it's her home, she's going to invest a lot of energy into it. It's going to be strong.
Interception might be the best choice then.
Is that a way to snipe? If she doesn't see it coming, that might be. And if we can be quiet about it, is the other. Because then getting the spring on a mage is not a bad idea.
If you were looking at me in the face, you'd see my smile widen.
I am purposefully not looking in your face.
Like creepily, inhumanly widen. Sniping can be achieved.
I actually speak. I speak directly to Violet as the voice of reason.
Well, I mean, we do need her alive, though, correct?
I suppose I could use stun rounds.
Do we know where she is right now? Is she still at the hospital, or is she currently being taken to her home?
The concierge said that what she got from Mr. Boone was that he expected Watkins to be discharged from the hospital in the morning. So you probably have about 6 to 8 hours before she gets released.
I don't think breaking into a hospital where an undercover operative who potentially had their cover blown will probably be surrounded by more Lone Star. I'd like to not kill as many Lone Star folk as possible, because that's just not a good time for anybody.
And you've been to the hospital before, so you do know there's a not insignificant contingent of Lone Star there.
And there's only so many donuts that we can bring, so we may want to.
Yes, Mr.
Fisher. Can you chart the route between the hospital and the detective's home?
Yes. While you were serving dinner, I did manage to find the address for the Detective Watkins. It took quite a bit of doing. She apparently was able to hide it better than Detective Boone was. But here, and he plots up a course. And she lives, we'll say, in sort of a middle-class neighborhood in Tacoma. Not like a skyrise, but a fairly tall apartment building.
Can I remember if there are any of us that she hasn't seen yet to get an aura read or anything? Because if she can translate, okay. Yeah. So Nova might be a good first, get close enough. Because if she or her spirit sees any of the rest of us, it's going to give her notice. Mm-hmm. But if Nova can get up to the place first, and then we're quick on our heels to move after, then that's potentially an ambush. Or we just go in hard together and screw whatever defenses she has.
Well,
I think to myself, since I didn't use my accent.
Yeah.
Do I need to? I'll do it. I could try and get in there first since she hasn't seen me. What do you think, Curie?
Brilliant idea, Nova. Wish I had thought of that myself and communicated it.
You're
Man,
brilliant, Nova. You have great ideas.
sometimes it just feels like I'm really in sync with some of you. So how do we feel about me maybe getting in there and I can like send a signal or something? And Fisher, can you hack into the elevator and stop the elevator? And we'll just be trapped in there together and I'll do my best.
The spirits still
Yes.
can get into the elevator. I was thinking perhaps what if we squat in a neighbor's apartment or home, and that way we're very close, and when Nova goes, we're right there, and that way we don't have to run several combat rounds to back her up.
How far out can a mage like sense another person's astral signature or their mana signature?
A mage has to actually be looking. So when you see me do this, and she kind of closes her eyes, and like when she opens them, like there's like just deadness behind her eyes. But she's still like looking around and looking at you and stuff like that. Like that's when a mage is perceiving in the astral. But her spirits can be flying around at any time and see you as long as that you're just like I can see you. You know, it's you can be spotted.
Man, I always really thought that look meant that you didn't want to talk to us anymore.
That too.
Well, that's good to know. All right. Well, yeah, okay. Tell me what to do.
Fisher, can you find out who? Is it an apartment complex or is it homes?
It's an apartment building. We'll say 12 stories. And so her apartment is on the 7th floor.
Does it have a parking garage?
Yes.
So if we can get into the parking garage, that will hide us from anyone looking like a spirit that's circling the building or anything. So if we can get to the garage, and then Fisher, what can you find about the neighbors? Anyone that might be out or away, or a rental that's empty or something like that? That if not, I mean, we can always knock out a little lady or something, but find us a room to squat in.
So all the nearby apartments are occupied. But as far as you can tell, they're just sort of normal people. Unless somebody has a good fake sin, you're not dealing with any Shadowrunners.
I still have my air spirit, right?
Yes.
Fisher, if you take us to the complex, I can have a spirit take a look around so I'm not spotted.
All right. And the van drives you to.
Very agreeable lately.
The drama is for you and Randy. I'm not doing that drama.
You should do like a turned down version of it, like like no, okay, yeah, like a little short version of it.
No, I like this better. So as we get close, I'll tell my spirit. I'll kind of give them a mental map of where this apartment is, and say, I want you to take a look around. Do not get spotted, but I want you to check the if they're on a cycle, if there's a spirit that's tied to her, and there's a cycle that they like every 2 minutes they make another full circle or something like that to see what's going on, or they might not be poking around at all, but just kind of watch for a few minutes and see if there's any routine and what we might be facing, and check for wards and check for the neighbors, the closest neighbors, and see if there's any issue there. And then I'll actually say out loud, Fish, if you can, which of the neighbors maybe is a single person living alone?
Well, thank you for using my name.
There you go. There you go.
There's
a little bit of drama.
The Dave.
There you go.
You just noticed.
Yeah. So we'll say the only single person is there's one on one side. Basically shares a wall, so it's on the same side of the hallway. He's a secretary.
So that will be our target. I communicate again to the spirit to take a look and make sure everything's clear in that apartment, and wait and see what they get back to me.
So as you pull up, so you send the spirit ahead to take a look around. So first of all, I'll ask you to do, for the spirit, an a sensing test. You should be able to access the spirit sheet.
Okay.
And while you're doing that, you do see there is a Lone Star Patrol car outside, and there is an SUV there that is I mean, it's unmarked, but you can kind of just barely see like the light bar that would sort of peek down from the visor. It's that sort of undercover, unmarked car. And there's one Lone Star patrol officer sort of milling about outside.
If you guys think of a plan to handle that, I'll handle the astral surveillance. We also need to do a Deca checky thing to see what's going on in the Deca land.
Decker checky thing, Fisher says.
Well, and don't encourage Bob to give me sass, okay?
Well, as long as you're doing that magic checky thing.
What kind of test did you want me to roll for the spirit again?
A sensing.
What attribute is that?
You should just be able to hit the button for sensing.
I hit astral because it's one of the skills, and it asked me for the attribute.
It asked you for an attribute?
Intuition, I would guess.
Yeah, it would be intuition. Okay. So as it makes the round, so it first it does the sort of onion layer thing. It does a sort of a wide around the building first, and doesn't sense too much. There are a couple of apartments that are warded, including your target. So Watkins' apartment is warded. And it sort of comes in. It doesn't see any patrolling spirits. As it gets inside, however, I will ask you to roll. Does it have a stealth skill on that spirit?
Well, there's so many characters.
I mean, I have it open. It's fine.
By so many, I mean two. I do not steal. I see concealment, but that's a power.
That is a power, yes. Go ahead and make a... Well, it's an air spirit, so its agility is pretty high. Go ahead and hit the agility button for it. All right. In true form, roll 20 is taketh away.
My spirit has edge, right? So I would like to use its edge to change a 4 to a 5.
You can spend edge for your spirit, I believe.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't have anything for. Yeah, okay. I'll spend my 2 edge I have on 4
Okay.
and 5.
All right. That is enough. It does sort of make, as it sort of goes into the inner layers of the onion, it eventually gets to that hallway. It makes a couple of passes through the next door neighbor, the secretary's apartment. And so it's like 01:30 by now. The secretary is fast asleep. It does, however, see in the hallway there are 2 beings headed toward, actually 3 beings headed toward Detective Watkins' apartment. One is a patrol officer. One is a similar sized air spirit, and one is. Let me pull the character sheet up here. A male dwarf in a suit and trench coat.
Interesting. I'll watch them to make sure that they're entering entering the apartment of Watkins, and once they're or I'll have the spirit watch, and then once they're in there, and kind of just do that like phase, keep an eye out.
Yeah, so it does a sort of phase like through maybe it's taking watch at the secretary's place and sort of doing the reverse Homer Simpson looking out. So what happens is the plainclothes officer goes up to we'll call him Detective Jameson because I've already shown you the name, and he matches the description. So Detective Lieutenant Jameson goes up to the door, punches on his comm link, and the door opens. He steps in. The spirit and the patrol officer stay outside in the hallway, and he closes the door. What you talk?
Oh, dang it. Are they in sight of the door of the neighbor I want to?
Yeah, because it's the next door neighbor.
Now, is this like one of those like where the middle is the elevator and you walk around the hall in a square, something where like you can go around a corner?
It's almost like a hotel, sort of the straight wing. So it's like the elevators are in the middle, and hallways go out to each wing. And we'll say it's about halfway between the elevator and the end of the hallway.
I will relay this to the team and say, so the closest we can probably get is the stairwell at the end of the hall, or the floor above or below. So it would take some time to get there. Yeah.
Do we know if everybody in the cars is in the building? Like the cars that are parked outside, people in there? Or is it just everybody?
So you did see a patrolman, you saw a patrol officer roaming around outside.
Just one.
Yeah, so presumably there were 2 in the patrol car, and then the detective has his own ride.
I think entering would be suicide, and there's still a little bit of blood at the corner of my mouth. Getting her before she even hits the parking lot might be the best action.
I think if we can. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask if Fisher's van is the same size as the undercover van.
It is not, but it could be.
All right, a transformer now.
Well, it's not the same. It's not the same model of vehicle by any stretch. But it's got electrochromic paint, so he can make it any color he wants.
So, Kira, you go ahead, and then I'll tell you what I'm noodling on.
So, with the defenses here, I think it's likely that she'll also have a police escort from the hospital to here. But if we look at the most likely routes she will take, we could plan for an area to ambush. Like, for instance, I have the ice sheet that can cause the cars to have an accident. The spirit can help with that as well. And then we get the ambush opportunity, and they're all stuck in the middle of a street. I know in the middle of a street isn't ideal, but
So as you're having this conversation, you do see or your spirit sees the detective step out of the apartment again. And before the door's still open, and he says to the patrol officer, he says, "It's clear. While you're inside, anything out of the ordinary, you hit the button. Do you understand that?" And you can tell the patrol officer is quite a bit more green and probably doesn't have the eye for stuff, but he's a patrol officer. He says, "I got it, sir." And he steps inside.
Troll?
Patrol officer.
No, I thought it was a patrol officer.
No.
like a patrol officer.
You know what? He's a troll, since you asked.
Me too.
Wait. Hey guys, make sure you donate.
Since I hadn't determined metatype yet, he's a troll.
If you want to hand in your own puns.
And so the patrol officer ducks down and enters the apartment and closes the door. Then the detective and his spirit head toward the elevator.
Detective and the spirit are on their way out, so we won't have to deal with them. There will be the patrol officer that will be inside the apartment, and something about a button if there's trouble. So, Fisher, can you find this button and disable it?
I did that 5 minutes ago.
Well played.
You've never thought that far ahead, so I don't believe you.
Here, play a game.
What was that?
Here, play a game. And over your earbuds, there's that racing game that blares full blast in your earbuds.
Yeah, I'm gonna take those out. So since it's smaller now, that what we have to fight is smaller. I think we can still, and the patrol officer is going inside. I think we can stick to the original plan of going to a neighbor's.
And we determined that everybody's home, no one's on vacation.
Not that we've been able to find, but
as the spirit has sort of done the paths through all the unwarded apartments, and it seems like people are home in all of them on this floor.
But I think if we can get into the apartments, then we can trank patch and make sure that the person doesn't wake up.
Yes, that can be done.
What about the floor above? Or is this the ground floor?
Seventh floor.
Seventh floor. Is it possible to be above or below the apartment?
We could, but it would take us longer to get to Nova if she goes first.
I can be outside the window.
Technically, I could levitate anyone up there that we need.
I didn't know if this was a fire escape sort of situation where you could climb verandas and whatnot.
I don't need any ledges.
Violet, didn't you say you were quote unquote noodling on something? What did you have going on?
Oh, my brain pan was noodling on if we could go pick up the detective from the hospital and convince her that we were the expected ride. Then she'd just get in the van and then we could just leave. But if there's going to be extra patrolmen, that may not be working out. That's why I asked if the Mr. Fisher's car looked anything like the undercover vehicle. Because I don't think you'd want to take someone who's undercover out of the hospital in a police vehicle. I mean, I'm sure that their cover is blown completely at this point, but never can tell.
Good call. Okay. Well, I like where your head's at.
I have good ideas sometimes.
How would we execute something like that? Out of character, obviously.
We could boost a car.
But what's going to make her get in our car?
Disguises.
Like mustaches?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have a thing, Jen, not Violet? Do you have a thing that convinces people or like manipulates them into doing what they wouldn't normally?
To a certain extent, I do have an adept power called Commanding Voice, where it won't make people like do things that are way outside of what they normally do, but to do something like, don't move or something like that.
Right.
I have a couple of
not get in my van, get in my black van.
Well, I mean, that's something she'd be expecting, right? Because somebody was going to be sending a car to pick her up. They're not going to let her drive herself home from the hospital with the injuries that she sustained, I'm assuming.
And you recall the vehicle that she had been driving was wrecked.
Right.
Or maybe not wrecked, but definitely the tire was shot out, and it probably took some more damage as well.
So back in character. So they would be expecting me to show up for her again. I could be the distraction rather than the infiltrator.
So another thing that happens while so as you say that the detective is leaving the apartment, your van, Fisher drives your van basically around the apartment. It's like just in case.
But now, Miss Curie does have the magic experience and knows how to deal with these there spirits. So I will defer to her what's going to be the best use of our time and resources, since we're going to be going up against another magic user.
So if we were to attack here, and a possibility without a spirit currently in the residence is we could break in, whether by the balcony or the front door, or both. And so we're going to have this patrol officer, we're going to have the mage, and then if she's feeling up to it, she's going to summon a spirit. So that's the three things we're fighting. But if we can get in there first and prepare, then I'm not concerned about the ward and having to cast once inside, because I'll have the time. However, if we wait for her to arrive before breaking in, then I'll still have that issue. But I mean, with the four of us, the five of us, there might be plenty of people attacking her anyway to keep her busy. The spirit will manifest and then you can shoot it. Air spirits don't take bullets as well, but at least you'll be able to fight it until I can. And I can work on trying to banish it as well. It hurts, but I can try.
So should we start heading up?
Wait.
Do
so
we
out of
want to
character
take
again.
the off?
Out of character again. We have on the table, we have go to the building, get inside before she arrives, and then are we taking out the patrol officer?
That's the question. So we have three things that we've talked about. We've talked about jumping her on the road. We've talked about jumping her in the apartment after she arrives, and we've talked about getting into her apartment before she arrives.
No, the third
So,
thing
like-
is catching her outside of the hospital when she's coming out and getting her to come into our van instead of the regular van to take her home. That's the third thing that Jen suggested.
I think there's going to be a lot of Lone Star with her as she leaves the hospital. So I think that's harder to...
So that's why they're looking for me, someone that fits my description. So if I attack then and have them, and then split and have them go after me, maybe the commotion will be enough that she'll just jump into the van, take off before she realizes that it's not the people that she needs to be with.
That's a big maybe.
They're both big maybes.
Do you kind of like the idea of Mr. Bell hiding under the bed and just peeping out?
I like that idea.
That was my Mr. Bell smile.
I vote we do here either before or after she arrives. That's my vote, but of course, if the group decides otherwise, I will go along.
Hey, Fisher, what do you think we should do?
What?
What do you think we should do?
I think you should watch that. and you see, at this point, the detective walks out. You see him from a distance because Fisher moved the van, so it's not like right in front of the place. So from a distance, you see the detective get in his vehicle and drives away.
Oh, down to just the patrol. Got it.
Yeah. So the patrol officer outside is still there. This one we'll say is human.
So there's two officers, one outside the building and one outside the apartment?
One inside the apartment.
Inside the apartment.
Okay, hear me out. We go in, we beat up the one in the apartment, and then I'll put on the uniform and pretend.
Why?
Okay.
And then I will be there when she arrives. And then I'll let you guys in, and then we can beat her up and then take her.
I could go for.
Or Fisher says, if you're going to beat up the troll inside, we could just all be inside when she arrives. That's what I think.
But weren't we worried about her being able to recognize astral signatures?
Right. That's what we were worried about.
I don't know. That's her
if we
thing.
were the concern out of character, the concern with that is as we are approaching, she could have warning that we are coming. But if we're already inside, and although she could scope out her place before she enters, but she might not if there's a guard there waiting for her. So, I mean, it's more risk.
Also, I forgot that the uniform was going to be troll size, so I cannot be the person impersonating an officer.
I didn't want to squash your dreams, but I was thinking about that.
Thanks, Violet. You're really kind.
Well, don't look at me. I don't want to wear anybody else's clothes.
Well, that jacket's a little out of date, so maybe you should consider try. What? Hey.
Well, in the astral, you can't see what folks are wearing anyway, right? It's just shapes and feelings.
Yeah, you can't really see what people are wearing.
You can't see clothes in astral space?
Can we buy something?
Weird.
Can we buy something that will hide your astral signatures?
Yeah, anybody have like 100,000 new yen laying around?
Well, I mean, I was gonna try and is it really 100,000 new yen?
I have another idea. Fisha, can you hack that detective's lieutenant whatever, his car? Because if we can break him, quote unquote, break him down, not to always come up with tranking as a solution, but trank patch him, put sunglasses on him or something, and then still have control of the car. He drives up, picks her up, and then she sees him, so she's not suspicious.
Well, if that's something you want to do, the time is now.
That's super big brain. Let's do it.
And as we're thinking about that, we'll go to our first 5-minute break. So there's a giveaway. That is your cue.
Yeah. So while we go on break, please type in #RemPC into the chat. What that does for you is gets you a free entry to win a Shadowrun 6 core rulebook PDF, and it's the new Seattle edition that has all the errata and everything, so it's really great. And then you'll be ready to play Shadowrun too. You can make your own characters and learn about the world and the 6th edition and be ready to play. So #RemPC. Also, if you are super eager to win, you can also go to remalternis.com/nuyen or patreon.com/remalternis for additional bonus entries to win. We don't get a whole lot of people that follow through on that, so your odds are pretty good to win if you give us a little donation. The other thing you can do too is on the remalternis.com/nuyen, you can type in a message that you want, whatever runner you want to read at the end of the show, and we'll read that for you. Usually it's puns, and it makes my life sad. But we'll say anything. We could say your character name here is super cool and the best runner that's ever run in Runnerville, or something else. So
best.
So head over, help support us. All that money that we raise helps support our cast and crew and keep producing shows like Shadowrun and Gen Con TV. So we really appreciate your help, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
So if you have the Seattle edition, Nini Xiaolu, whom you guys talked to last week, is a canon character, and you'll see her stats in the back, but only in the Seattle edition.
So I should go look and see if we could beat her if we attacked her. Those of you that couldn't hear that, our tech just chimed in and said you can't. So that's terrifying. I'm going to mull that over while we take our break. So we'll see you guys in 5 minutes.
In 5.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who of it inhabits its mystic pages, and to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend, for we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cottlesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
And welcome back. We're hot in the planning stages of whatever this is going to be. So last I heard, there was a plan to kidnap the detective lieutenant so that they could pretend that he's driving up to collect Detective Watkins and kidnap her. That's the plan as I understand it.
Yep.
Okay.
The goal is to put away for life.
Do you need who should be the one in the car?
I'll do it.
Would you like me to make you invisible? Do you have trank patches?
No, I was hoping that someone would still have some. Yeah, you can make me invisible.
I look at Mr.
What?
So you got a bunch of them from that lab that you raided a while back.
Okay.
So for now, we'll assume you have enough, and we'll take stock after the session to see how many you have left.
What rating are they?
For now, we'll treat them as if they're 6s.
Excellent.
There were 3s and 6s because I took both.
Okay. So for the record, when you apply Trank Patch, once it's applied, it does its rating and stun damage, but that damage is resisted by the target's body. So of course, the more efficient way to do that is to apply rating 6s.
All right, let's get a couple of rating 6s for me to slap on this each cheek.
You may need 3.
All right, and for the forehead.
I will give you additional ones as well because you should be tranking not only him, but her. Right?
Yes, that's right. We do have to trank the driver and her. Okay, I got this.
I'm out of edge, so that hurt. I'm taking 2 drain. That's not awful, but I don't like your creepy spirit hisses.
That was a yeah.
I don't like your creepy GM hisses.
Or the creepy tech hisses.
Stop.
Get out of here, tech.
Okay, so you took some drain on that. Fisher says, "Well, if you're going to do this, the time is now, because he's pulled over up ahead."
And I give Amber's invisible 5 hits.
Okay.
Does the guy get out of the car at all to check his car?
He does.
Oh.
Hey, Mr. Bell, are you going to be the one to trank him first?
I don't know, actually.
You should go. You should do it because
We didn't settle on an actual plan.
So as we get ready to roll for initiative, you do. So Fisher says, "I think he just tried to get a signal out, but I think I blocked it. So do what you're going to do."
Too much, so I'm going to cast blast.
Well, at this point, we are rolling initiative. So go ahead and hit your token and.
Oh, damn it.
And I need to copy a token over.
I get an extra 2d6 from my increased reflexes from earlier? Because I wouldn't have dropped.
Sure. So we'll make
I'm at
that, that'll be 19. And I should roll Fisher. Should have left his character sheet open. He is. Yeah, he would be hot sim at this point.
Uh-oh. Forgot this guy's a mage and has a spirit.
Mm-hmm. You can go ahead and roll for your spirit. There we go. So you both rolled 18. Okay. That makes things easier. Okay. But he does see. He sees this van, and you get the sense that he's looking to see if this is the van that is responsible for the earlier kerfuffle. But in fact, he will prep spell defense on his turn. So that will bring us to Nova. So you guys have just stopped the van and are getting out.
I'm just gonna stealth over because I don't know anything better. While invisible, and I'm just gonna try and slap him in the face with a drink patch, I guess.
All right. You can make an unarmed strike attack at -4. You get the sense as you walk over, he sees you.
His eyes are doing that weird zoned out thing.
Yeah, but it seems like he is much better at concealing that eyes glazed over look.
Rude.
Almost like that's his speciality. So we need unarmed test, close combat. Here we go. All right, defense roll. Defense roll.
Can I re-roll? I'm gonna use an edge and re-roll my failures. Well, actually, can I just spend edge to like change some 4s into 5s?
Yeah, so it's 2 edge to turn 1 4 into a 5. It's 4 edge to re-roll your entire failure pool.
And then it goes to the attacker in 6e, right?
That's right. Ties go to the attacker.
I spend the 2.
Okay. He will spend 3 edge, and he would like you to re-roll all 3 of your successes.
Bob, you're a jerk. You know, you said you were trying to compress this story this episode so that we could get everything done. And you could do that by just not helping your bad guys.
I didn't say I was going to make it easy on you.
I want to spend 2 more to make him reroll his successes. Let's do it.
You have already spent edge.
I know
doing
how the rules work. I hate it.
So that is a miss. Mr. Bell.
With prior experience and with my assassin senses, I can sense that we are in trouble. So instead of going invisible and going in for a trank, I am going to pull out my rifle. I'm going to load a gel round, and I'm going to shoot him in the face. Wait, what's our distance?
Are you shooting a called shot to the face, or are you just shooting him?
Just shooting.
Okay.
What's the distance? I mean, it doesn't matter.
You're at the near range.
Yeah. My rifle's got everything close.
Yeah, it's the second range increment.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna shoot a gel round at him.
Okay. And what's the attack rating of that weapon?
12.
12. Okay, so no edge is exchanged.
And then with my attribute boost, does that affect this attack? Agility attribute.
So it would. It is worn off. So I'll ask you, since you were preparing this attack, go ahead and roll that now. That would be something you could have done as you prepared.
There's no button for that attribute.
Yeah, so I believe you're rolling 8 dice for that power. So just manually roll 8 dice. And with luck, you'll get more than 1.
Probably 3.
3 would be about average for 8 dice.
1.
But you rolled 1.
1.
That's awesome.
1 instead. But does that mean I get to add 1?
Yeah, that is 1 to your agility, which then modifies
all
of your agility-based stuff by 1.
Something. So I'll take a shot at him.
Okay. And this is not his first time being attacked.
Hey, where'd it go? I rolled it. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
You kidding me? Whatever.
Wow. 13 dice, 2 hits.
Who's surprised?
1 at a time, Roland.
I forgot. We'll do that next time.
I'm gonna do 1 at a time.
Gonna do it now.
So let's see. We've got some spirit on spirit action going on.
Ooh, spirit hub.
Curie. I'm hand waving that a little bit.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that. So, ooh. From previous Shadowrun experiences, I believe, tell me if this is correct for 6, levitate makes things hard to dodge, right? Because,
yes,
you're stuck in the air against your will.
That's right. It is also not automatic against an unwilling target.
Right. They're going to fight it. Right, you know what? He can't be good at everything. And since he's a caster, I'm doing the math in my head and I say, okay, I'm going to lay down an ice sheet under his feet, but one that where the area range is set behind him so that it stops under his feet and not Nova, who's right in front of him trying to do the things, right?
Okay. You can certainly try that.
Why do you have to say things like that?
This must be one of those things that's in street weird. As I look for the spell.
Holy butts!
Okay. Let me see what it does, first of all. Ice sheet, here we go.
I suck at my drain rolls now, but you know.
Okay. So first of all, I need to roll. Should have rolled his counter spelling before.
No. Mm-mm.
Because that's what he did on his turn, is to prep spell defense. That's a lot of ones, but 5 hits, and then that's added to the result of any resistance he has to make. Okay. So then he has to make. Well, it's just hits. You coat the ground in ice sheet. And I'll keep that 5 hits for future reference. So it applies, let's see, so at 5, let's see. Also relates to the thickness of the ice. Anyone on the ice gains the off balance status. Okay.
He falls down, right?
Let's find out. May not spin the edge on any action linked to the physical attribute or in defense tests, and they are more likely to fall prone as a result of rolling glitch on one of those actions. Persists until the character either spends a minor action to regain balance or falls prone, and that's modified by the ice. So Fisher is doing stuff in the Matrix. Violet.
I'm going to jump out and go to the other side of the vehicle and monitor the radio. In case he called ahead to say that there was a problem with his car or something like that.
All you hear over the radio is static at this point.
Okay.
So you can still do an action. You still have a major action if you want to spend it.
Did he actually fall down?
He has not fallen down yet.
Okay. Then I'll use my major action and use commanding voice and tell him to sit down. And I get an edge because I'm using my voice to do a check. And so that gives me a +1 die to opposed influence tests.
Okay.
So I'm going to try it and make him sit down.
Let's see, I need 2 more dice on that. So he has 6 hits on you.
Well, that's not great.
So he does not sit down.
He does not.
Nope. Okay, so the next turn, he has somebody in his face. So let's do... Yeah.
Everyone, F in the chat for Nova. Rest in peace, girl. We loved you while it lasted.
So there's that. Amp up. He'll do 2 amp ups.
What?
It's probably our BBEG.
The one that we weren't supposed to mess with?
Yeah, probably.
6, 9. Okay. So I need you to make a defense roll. It's a magic defense roll, indirect magic. Ooh. I think you're muted.
Oh no, I should be muted.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to spend all of my edge to reroll my fails.
Okay, so yeah, 4 edge to reroll all your fails. You could, you could, as an option, you can spend, I believe you can spend 4 edge to reroll all of his successes. All 8 of them.
I mean, okay. I'm stressed. Okay.
Yes, but I want rolling to
I
roll.
could re-roll 10 die and try to get more so I take less
Try to
damage,
get 8 more successes out of 10 dice.
Or I could spend it all, make him re-roll, but then I still only have 1 hit on my end.
Yeah. It's a bad deal either way.
Well, obviously I want to go with the one that's going to give me less damage, right? So
I think the better bad deal is probably to make him re-roll his 8 dice. The average would be about 3 hits, which would be net 2.
yeah, but you're rolling really good. I'm going to need you to leave
That's fair.
money and come back. I'm going to re-roll mine.
Okay. Oh, wow. 0 out of
I'm
10.
going to leave roll 20 and I'm going to come back. Just tell me how much damage I'm taking.
So you're going to soak 15 stun.
Oh.
Okay, when my stun boxes are maxed out, what happens?
Any excess becomes physical. And you go unconscious.
But doesn't the physical translate 2 to 1, or is that 5th?
That was 5th edition.
Bob, if you kill Nova, you're not going to like the next one. Okay, I lay down.
But do roll your body.
Roll my body? For what? I took it all.
It's a soak. I mean, you're not gonna roll 15 hits, but you could roll a couple of hits. You rolled 4 hits on that, so you only took 11 boxes of stun.
Okay, I'm still passed out.
Okay. That brings us to Mr. Bell.
Going invisible is what? A free action?
I believe we'll call it a minor action.
Okay. And then sprinting is
but
minor.
to be fair, you did see that he was able to see an invisible Nova.
It's okay.
Okay.
Sprinting is what? Minor as well?
So you can do a move action as a minor, and then a major action will give you a sprint.
Okay.
It only takes you it would only take you the minor action to get up to him.
And then edge action is just on top of that. It's not like a separate.
It's not a separate action. You basically spend the edge to modify an action that it modifies.
Okay. I go invisible, and I sprint towards Nova, and I will spend some edge to do. I just lost my page. There's an edge action called Leap in the Wind. And if I can get back to the page that I lost. No. Basically, it allows me to use free running to gain cover. So I'm like dodging and going over and around obstacles and stuff to
so you're
get
kind
cover,
of
basically.
You're essentially parkouring off of his SUV.
Yeah. But it said, wait.
I think that's an ejection that's given by your wall running power.
Well,
so it's just something you can do.
No, it is an edge action. Wait,
right.
Go. But if I have wall running, there's like a extra. Oh, I'm there. Okay. Through a series of gymnastic, blah blah blah. While sprinting, the character can remove successes from the sprint action. I don't know what that means. And use them as cover up to a status cover of 4, lasting 1 combat round.
Okay.
Treat additional actions as if they're performed in cover, including gaining and using edge. The game master determines if there is enough terrain to gain the cover status. The wall running adept ability gives cover status 1 automatically when using this action.
Okay.
And because I have...
So the successes you're referring to from the sprint test it's an athletics test normally.
Okay.
That modifies the distance you can run.
Okay, so roll athletics.
Yeah, so it'd be it's athletics plus strength.
Okay.
And then you can take so that's a major action to do that.
So with my Way of the Warrior, I can change those things to agility. So I will use agility instead.
Very good.
Athletics, agility.
Your boosted agility.
Oh, +1, right? Yeah, I have the boost.
And do you have the attribute mastery for that?
No, I just have boosts.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, hey, 5 hits.
Yep. Like so you can, yeah.
And then because I have Will of the Warrior, instead of 3 edge, it costs just 2.
Yep.
So I got 1 edge left, and I want to get to Nova. Do I have enough actions to grab her and try to yank her out of there and back to us? Or next turn after he blasts me in the face.
I'll allow it.
Okay. So I parkour in there, grab her, and drag her out.
Yeah, we'll call that. It'll cost you an additional minor action to grab her because she's not resisting, and you kind of drag her along with you. That will gain you cover 4, and in case it matters, it gains her cover 3.
Okay. Sweet. And I'll try to get as close to the van as I can, and that will be my turn, I guess.
Okay. Spirit on spirit action. Curie. You're muted.
Uh-oh, still muted.
Still muted. Nope.
He casts silence.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
There you are.
Okay, I switched my output here or input. Okay, so where? So I can see I'm still in the van. I can
Yep.
see Dude Bro. Where are the spirits fighting?
They're kind of like they're both hanging out in astral space. They're doing astral combat, sort of above and between your vehicles.
Okay, that's what I want to know. So,
And they're pretty evenly sort of slugging it out.
okay. Here's what I would like to do. Help me make it happen.
Okay.
I would like to cast Levitate twice on 2 stim patches. Have them go outside the car, underneath the car, and like rise up behind him and slap him on his
You mean
neck.
trank patches?
Yeah, sorry, trank patches.
Okay.
And try to knock him out.
So do you have 2 major actions handy?
I have. Do I get any more with increased reflexes?
So increased reflexes normally gives you an extra minor action per die.
Okay, so then yes, I have 2 major actions.
So you have 4 minor actions normally?
I think I have 3 normally, so now I have 5, so I can turn 4 minor actions into a major, correct?
Yes, you can turn 4 minors into a major. That's right. Because that's what you have to do to cast 2 spells.
Okay, so I want to try it.
I looked for that, and I think they took out the reckless spell casting that was in 5th ed.
Yeah. So I'm frightened, but I want to do it.
Oof, okay.
This is we don't have much chance, it looks like. So I just
Okay.
I want to knock this guy out real bad, but magic's not going to do it, and everything else we're trying is not doing it. So, and this way, if the trank patches are going under the car, then the spirit and him shouldn't be able to see it because any aura of magic is blocked by a solid vehicle or solid object. And then if it ends up behind him, it should be good. Hopefully. Are you waiting for me to roll? I'm sorry.
I'm waiting you to roll 2 spells. And you know what? I will have you, when you make your spellcasting tests, roll those at -4. And those will be your attack rolls with those 2 trank patches. Because Levitate is not normally an attack spell. I'm gonna roll. So 4 and okay, so that was the drain from the first one. Okay, so you took 1 drain from that.
I'm trying here.
And then the second one. Four hits, all right. So 4 in each of them. And so you take 2 drain on that. All right, so when I make these 2 defense tests, they're going to be at minus. They're going to be at -6, I think.
Please, 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 please.
They'll be at -6, and he cannot spend edge on the defense test. So here's the first one. And here's the second one. Okay. So you successfully apply both trank patches. And now he has to roll a body test for each of them.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
There's one.
And I'm hoping he already
and
has some stun.
let's see. I will re-roll 2 of those dice. Okay, so he takes 3 from that. And takes 4 from that. Okay. He does not fall over, but you see the trank patches have been applied.
And he still hasn't fallen on the ice?
Let me see here. So I need to take a look at that. He has not fallen on the ice. Yep.
I think that's all with my turn. Yeah, that's all I can do right now.
Violet.
So, what does he have in the car?
So you see, so this door is not open. The one on the other side of the car, but you do see in. There's the radio sitting there. There's like a screen there. There is a shotgun that's mounted.
Okay. Is there... I'm looking for some sort of clubbing weapon. My thought is to reach in, grab something, and hit him in the back of the head. See if we can knock him out.
The shotgun does have a stock on it.
Okay.
If you need Jen to, ever since we've been at the armory, you've noticed that I've been carrying a stun baton with me.
But you'd have to open the door. Make a twice edge test.
So twice what my edge pool is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And just roll that many dice. Okay. Yeah, the door's open. The door's unlocked.
Okay. So I will, so I'm going to open the door. I'm going to climb across because I'm on the passenger side.
Yep.
So I'm going to climb across the seats, grab the gun, and open the other door to try and hit him in the back of the head.
Okay. Well, the driver's side door is open already.
Oh, okay. Well, then that makes it one less step.
So you can make, since you're going to be basically sitting in the driver's seat when you try to hit him, we'll call that a -2.
Okay.
To your clubs test or close combat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I got a hit.
-2 modifier. Oh my goodness.
He dodges that, but in the process, he does fall over.
Oh.
He slips on the
You-
ice and falls.
Did he hit his head and get knocked out?
Oh my
No.
gosh. Jeez. Good lawyering.
Let's see.
Does his brains just explode out also and it's over?
So for now, he is content to, not content, but he's going to lay there on the. Well, he'll take a minor action to stand up, which doesn't get him off the ice, but he's standing up. And you are, Violet, the closest target and a threat because you have his shotgun in your hand.
I'm definitely not holding it like you would hold a proper gun. It looks like I have no idea how to hold a weapon or a firearm.
So the sense you get from him, without having to roll a judge intentions, is that he doesn't care. So he will spend, let's see, what's he going to do? Can't really get multiple targets. We'll just do the cloud again. He's got some damage. Still going to do 2 amp ups.
Good. Knock yourself out with stun, you jerk.
So I do need to have you roll an indirect magic defense.
Did indirect?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Okay, so 2 net hits. Soak 8 stun.
This guy is beefy.
He is looking pretty ragged at this point. But that's when he. Let me make sure I can do this as a minor action.
Don't.
Yes, I can do this as a minor action. He applies what you know to be a stim patch.
You jerk.
And with that fun, we'll go to our 10-minute break.
I'm real mad, and it's time for me to do my promotion.
As this guy's acting almost like a Shadowrunner.
I'm quitting. Go ahead, kill my character. I'm done.
All right, so before we go on break, type in hashtag RemPC into the chat right now, and you get a chance to win the Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook Seattle Edition PDF. And that's donated by Catalyst Game Labs, so thank you to them. You can also get bonus entries to win if you really want a copy of this book so that you can follow along and give us advice on how we should beat up the bad guys here, because we need help.
Tell us the stats of the ones in the back.
Ironically, she's talking about beating up the good guys.
Shut up. So, yeah, follow along, type in hashtag RemPC and give us all the advice. And follow us on Patreon at patreon.com/RemAlternis, or go to remalternis.com/Nuyen. Either place, if you donate, you get extra entries to win. Patreon gives you entries every single week. And Nuyen is donations every week, but we will read off whatever you want us to say at the end of the show. So cool opportunities either place. Again, that's remalternis.com/Nuyen or patreon.com/remalternis. And we'll be back in 10 minutes.
See you then.
Hey Rem PCs, it's me Rem, and I play Shayloon on Like Clockwork every Sunday at 7 p.m. Central on twitch.tv/Master of Rem. If you are anything like me, I get very excited to know everything about my character's life and backstory. But have you ever thought about how they smell? I hadn't until I found Pure Alchemy soaps. And I have with me today my very own box of Shayloon. So let's check it out together. I've got my very own Shayloon Ayun little tag here in pretty handwriting. That's so nice. Now Shayloon is a lawful good. Ooh, it's minty. Gnome. There it is. Ooh, like maybe a little floral, a little rosy. And the last is she's a wizard. Harry. Oh, that's nice. It's got like a more spicy, like a patchouli. So let's give a whiff all together of what makes up a Shayloon. So lawful good, gnome, wizard. Oh, that's really nice. These are handmade and custom to your favorite character. And when you become as obsessed as I am, you can also get liquid soap potions of haste, health, and mana, or potions of prevent disease, or what muggles call hand sanitizer. Seriously, go check them out at purealchemysoaps.etsy.com and start loading your coin pouch because they have a new gelatinous cube soap Kickstarter coming soon. Don't miss it.
What a spell! Spell! She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cottlesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
And welcome back. We're in the middle of this fiasco with the detective lieutenant, who is proving to be tougher than our runners had planned for, who has just applied a stim patch to himself to try to counteract the trank patches he's been taking. And I'm also remembering...
Counteracting drugs with more drugs, great idea.
Better living through biochemistry. No. Don't do trank patches, kids. Let's see. So I'm remembering that I have skipped Fisher's turn, and I believe Curie had requested Fisher to run over the guy. So don't act like you're saved.
Really?
Because you know how Fisher drives, right?
He doesn't.
So at this point, he has to take manual control of the vehicle, which is unskilled reaction. And because he has... Because of the situation you all have found yourselves in, he does have 5 edge. His edge attribute's 4, but he will spend 4 edge to pre-edge the driving test.
I have a protest, but I'm going to wait until you. Hopefully, you're doing this because you want to help us, Bob.
Okay. So that's enough. It's not going to do, probably not going to do a lot of damage. But I do need to make a soak.
Well, that's the lowest I've seen him roll, and I'm happy with it.
And he's on the... So this is fun. He's on the ice. The van's on the ice. So there's a crunch when it hits him, and it slides into... It's getting awfully close to you, Violet, as it slams the door shut.
I was going to say, yeah, I think I'm still in the car.
You are in the car. You're in the driver's seat. He goes sort of half flying, half slumping. He's still conscious, but he is off the ice now, and he's prone.
Okay.
So that brings us to Mr. Bell.
So did that make him drive away from me while I'm trying to get Nova in the car? Or did I get Nova in the car?
You know what? Since I'm charging minor actions for that, I'll allow that. You guys are both in the car.
Okay. Then Violet's inside of the
other
in the SUV.
Mm-hmm.
And we're pinning that other door closed, I assume.
Well, no, it's not pinned closed anymore. It sort of scraped along it as he hit it. It closed the door, and he scraped along it and knocked the guy down and sort of drove over him.
Oh, okay. So we've cleared the car.
You've cleared the car.
Okay.
He's sort of laying on the ground between the two vehicles, but now your van is in front of the SUV.
Okay, I want to get Violet out of the car, into the van, and then say, let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah, so if you do that, you guys have enough. You guys all go before he does again. So you guys can certainly do that if that's what you're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I will ask Violet to make an athletics test.
One I have.
Okay, that's good. That's good. You do not slip on the ice as you jump out of the driver's side. You're kind of expecting it because you've seen him fall. There's enough of a sort of a non-icy patch where his feet had been that you're able to get into, and you run off toward the van. So you guys get in the van. Let's roll. Curie, go ahead and roll 8 dice for me. Okay. So your spirit is injured, but it came out the victor in this fight. That did cost
the other one gone?
The other one is gone. It did cost a service, but I think you have at least one more. Yeah, so you guys drive off. And Fisher assures you that SUV is bricked.
Okay.
So wherever he's going, he's walking.
I'll put a med kit on Nova.
Okay. So you can do first aid because it's you haven't passed a minute yet. So there's your first step in healing. And what is Nova's essence?
1.28.
What's that?
1.28.
Oof. Okay. So that does not heal any boxes.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work out for me, son.
But now you can hook up the med kit and let it run for the next. I think it takes at least a minute. One minute per box healed.
I had a dice pool of 3, and
so
my wound modifier is minus.
Yeah, so I meant to interrupt you before you rolled that. Because you have 3 wound modifiers, you are probably best to just hook up the med kit and let it do the work.
Oh, okay. I thought I had to roll for it.
Which is going to be its med kit rating plus your logic with no wound modifier.
6 plus 4.
Okay. So just roll 10 dice. And the threshold is still 3. So you heal 1 box of stun. It's enough to wake you up.
I don't want to be awake.
Me neither.
And so as you sort of round the corner again, the paint and the spoof kit flash, and it's a different VW microvan.
As we're driving, I say, "Well, if they weren't aware of us before, they're completely aware of us now. Attack the lieutenant detective? What a great eye!" And then my mouth curls into like a big smile, and I go, that didn't go the way we planned. We'll try better next time.
Oh man, you mean I missed out on having the cool Mr. Bell? Dang.
Well, there are times when the big dog won't hunt, so we should regroup and figure out what our next steps are.
So by now it's probably close to 2 in the morning.
down in the back seat. I'm going to sleep. I'm exhausted. I have taken a lot of stun. I'm kind of butthurt about how that fight went, so I'm gonna just lay down in the back seat and pass out.
Were we given? I can't remember. Were we given a particular time frame when they both had to be acquired?
Nope.
Not really.
There was no time frame given.
Can we come back for her in like 3 days?
I'm thinking if the heat, when the heat wears off, maybe we could try to surprise her.
I like it.
Give her just enough time to be worried and then forget that she's worried.
So is that going to be the plan then? To wait a couple of days or 3 days and come back?
I'm into that. I think striking while the iron is hot is only going to burn ourselves. So
Yeah, that was a big move that we were also now recognized by somebody very important.
well, I was invisible the whole time, right?
Yeah, you're still invisible, I think.
Oh, heck yeah.
Until Curie drops that spell.
Saving my identity by one mistake at a time.
When I'm sleeping, I drop all the spells.
Okay.
I'm out of combat mode.
So did you have all the other spells you had up before last time when you came to this apartment building? Because you didn't go in there.
Yeah, because we were still like waiting to see like, are we going to keep the attacks going? And yes, we were. So I still had.
So everybody but Fisher was invisible.
Oh no, those ones I dropped. It was just my increased reflex, my armor, and my spirit.
Okay, and the invisibility on Nova.
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know.
So are we going to let it cool off? Come back in a couple of days?
I look over at Curie, who's
unconscious. I have no opinion.
yeah, look over at Curie, who's passed out. Say, I think we need to at least wait a couple hours. We're all a bit banged up. I got hit, and I don't get hit. I'm too pretty to hit.
Yeah, we'll circle back. I'm going to get some rest.
Okay. So you go through the procedure you did before with. I mean, Fisher now knows where Curie lives.
Yeah. By the way, I need a moment. I'll be the last. If that's okay, I'd like to be the last one dropped off because I need to have a moment with Fisher.
I thought you were going to say I burned my house down. I don't want him to know that I'm there, so I just burned everything I left.
He drives right by your apartment and stops first.
Fine, I'll get out. And I go to the driver's door and tap on the glass. You have cost me my security and my privacy, which as a runner is my top priority, and I need to move now. If you ever pull some shenanigans like that again, I will cast an ice spear into your gut. Are we clear?
You might have to repeat that in a day or so because I won't remember it.
I so want to blow up his van.
This is code for the player's not here right now. You'll have to repeat that for the player to hear.
I know. Since he dropped me off first, I will say that loud enough for everyone in the car to hear. Like, that shit isn't professional, and like that's risky business, and we're fragging Shadowrunners, and like you don't play those games.
My eyes are closed. I don't know where we are.
So after that encounter, you are each dropped off in turn. Even Mr. Bell is dropped off at the Green Mansion. And then over the next, do you guys want to do this in a few hours? Or do you want to do this in a couple of days?
I personally want to do it in a couple of days, and this is why. Because I would spend the next couple of days somewhere opposite of her apartment, just watching her behavior as she comes and goes, and see where she goes during the day, stuff like that.
I agree with that.
And it would also give you an opportunity to heal any physical boxes you have.
Yeah. Because if we keep doing this, I'm not going to sleep. That's just how my character is until I die.
Okay, so we can narrate that a little bit. So if everybody agrees, you're going to spend a couple of days healing up and doing various reconnaissance duties. So in those couple of days, any stun boxes you have will be healed.
Sweet.
And you may make, if you have physical boxes, you may make 2 rolls on double body.
Rolls on double body. What does that mean?
So body plus body. So if you hit body, it should ask you for another attribute, and you'll hit body on that one.
Oh, okay.
It did not ask me, so I'll just roll it.
Switch off the wound modifiers for this.
Yeah, it didn't ask me either.
That's odd. Okay,
so just roll it again.
Yeah, just hit it again. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Okay. And you guys, so that's 1 roll of each. Yeah, so go ahead and hit that again, Mr. Bell.
No, I rolled 2 the first time. Oh, body, 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 body.
Yeah.
Body, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, you're rolling body plus body, or body twice.
Okay. Yikes. Okay, this last one I'm gonna roll 1 at a time.
Okay.
It's only 3. It's only 3 dice.
Flash roll 1d6. You can even put it in the greater than 5 if you like.
Ooh, a 1.
Oh my gosh.
It's getting worse.
Hey, 1 hit.
Okay. Do you guys have any physical boxes left at this point?
Actually, the first 2
not
took
anymore
it.
now.
Yeah, the first 2 healed me all the way up.
Okay. So after a day, then you're fully healed. So that gives you the second day unhampered by any injuries to do surveillance.
Also, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'd also like to buy some sort of silencing attachment for my gun.
For your rifle?
Yeah, for my rifle. I believe I have 10,000 left. Is that right, Nova?
Yeah, I gave you 10K back.
Yeah, so we'll say
that doesn't account for the down payment. Also, well, it doesn't matter for me because we're being paid by the mansion, which means I don't get the down payment that you guys probably did. This is all lore stuff. Wouldn't matter. So yeah, 10,000.
Okay, so we'll say you could you can get a hold of a silencer. We'll figure out the details of it offline. But you're able to get a hold of one for the weapon you have.
How much new yen do you want to take away from me?
Silencer 500.
Okay. Sweet.
Okay. So
I also I at some point want to get to a talismonger and buy a focus during this period.
okay.
Didn't you already? I thought you did.
I did technically, but it wasn't like I leveled up my character already, but we haven't put it into Roll20 because we haven't had downtime.
Oh, okay.
So if that's what you're doing, you can go ahead and do that. So we'll assume you're leveled appropriately.
Yeah, I'll have to get my new changes into Roll20, but we're okay for
Does her edge refresh?
You know what? Yeah, you can refresh all your edge.
Thank you.
So as you find an apartment across the street, or go up to the rooftop and do the sort of spyglass down.
For sure. That one.
So throughout the day, it looks like she is not going to work. Go ahead and make a perception test for me. Okay. Yeah, so an uncomfortable number of ones. But
actually, okay. You know what? I'll spend all 5 of my edge to get exactly what we need on her.
Okay. I'll let you do that.
Okay.
So she stays home from work. You do see a Lone Star officer stops by. The patrol officer stops by a couple of times, but is not stationed inside the apartment with her. So you get the sense that he probably stands guard outside. But you think you've got a fair shot. You'd have to shoot through whatever glass. You can kind of time that, or you think you see the secretary leave the apartment.
The secretary?
Yeah, so the next door neighbor.
Oh, that's right. That's right. This is just over the course of 3 days, like what her movements are, or like.
This is over the course of maybe a day and a half that you're watching.
So there's one officer guarding, and the neighbor leaves and never comes back.
Oh no, they leave for the business day.
Oh, okay.
So they leave. You time it. They leave at so he leaves at 7 a.m. and comes back at about 7 p.m.
How can I tell if the secretary comes back some days a little drunk, after work, maybe they had a few after work, looking like they came back from the bar?
Yeah,
that's only 2 days. Yeah, that's only 2 days though.
It's only 2 days. We'll call one of those is Friday night.
Oh, okay.
So on Friday night, the secretary does not return at 7 p.m. Does not return at 9 p.m. I'm waiting to see if you want to do anything in that time. Does not return at 11 p.m.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so if you wanted
closer look,
if you wanted to get a closer look, or if you wanted to call people in, I'm giving you an opportunity to do that, as nothing has happened until 11 p.m. Incidentally, about 10 p.m. is when Detective Watkins goes to bed.
Watkins sleeps that.
As we get close to when we expect the job to get done too, I'm gonna take my time to. I think I can summon now up to 3 times my magic rating and force of spirits. So I would like to prepare and do some big casting where I can rest in between.
Okay.
An officer on duty.
So go ahead and do that. What are you summoning?
I'm gonna do a force 6 water, a force 6 fire, and a force 6 air.
Okay. So which one's first?
Let's do air.
Air. Okay.
And
you get the,
I'm
you
gonna
get
do
one
this
service.
over.
So they'll stick around for basically through the next 2 sunrises or sunsets. So it's basically the next day.
Yep.
So that's drain. Okay, the second one. Ooh. 5 services.
That one will be fire.
Okay.
Have you considered just summoning Captain Planet?
I don't think she's a heart
I
spirit.
have no heart.
Nice.
And 1 service on that one. You find you're really just ready to burn something. So you have your squad of spirits.
Spirit squad.
Cool.
Can we get Fisher to get information about the security, all the exits in the building, including the rooftop?
Yeah. So there's a door to the roof. Does not connect to the elevator. It's basically the elevator is to the top floor, and then you would take stairs up to the roof. There's a stairwell that goes basically from the roof all the way down to the ground level.
And you get the
and there are fire escapes as well.
Is it too much for him to ask for him to do to get the scheduling for any security personnel, like shift changes and stuff like that?
That's kind of a lot to ask, but you kind of have that information anyway. It's basically the patrol officer stays 12 hours, and then another non-troll patrol officer comes on for the other 12, and they just alternate. It's the guy. It was the other guy that was in the patrol car before.
12-hour shifts. What time do they change?
So they change 9 a.m., 9 p.m. So they change right before she goes to bed. And it's the troll that does nights.
How about if there's any food deliveries for any of the guards during their shifts?
There is not. They each bring a lunch pail.
Really? Just kidding. Okay. Okay.
And as far as you've seen, she is using. I mean, she's got a soy dispenser.
Oh, for her.
Okay. Yeah, like every other middle class apartment has a soy dispenser.
At one point, I would like to try to sneak into the neighbor's apartment for the reason of seeing if anybody besides them, visitors, family members, anybody comes around to visit at any point.
Okay.
Have you told us that you're staking her out?
I think I tell you that in the beginning that I plan to investigate.
Yeah, it was kind of your pitch for taking a couple of days to instead of a couple of hours.
Comms open, so you're welcome to tell me things or say anything to me over the course of that time.
So at this point, since you're doing recon, Fisher will go around picking everybody up.
Cool, Fisher, you can pick me up from work.
All right.
Just around back.
Just around back.
Hey, Mr. Bell, I got an idea. She's not leaving her home, right?
No, not currently.
Well,
I'm in the other apartment.
what if we just pull the fire alarm in the building?
That could be a thing we do. I see we like to make noise when we operate.
Well, there'll be a lot of chaos and like a lot of like things going on, and we can maybe just like get in there and get her while there's chaos.
I mean, it is one way to do something.
Yeah, I mean, Kira's got like access to spirits. She could even probably set up a real fire if we needed.
I'll leave that up to the rest of the group when we're all together. You know, Nova, you might consider changing your name tag to Chaos.
You know, Nova's not my real name, right?
I don't. I only know what you tell me. You know Mr. Bell's not really my real name, right?
Whoa, is this the cool Mr. Bell? Hold on. Fisher, hurry up!
I'm operating, so yes.
Fisher, there's a time limit on when he's out. We gotta go.
You hear beep beep from out back.
I flip the sign to closed and I run out.
All right. So assuming everybody is willing, you'll all assemble at or near the apartment building. And Mr. Bell, you are currently in the secretary's apartment. It's by now it's 11:30 p.m. The secretary isn't.
Whatchamacallit has gone to sleep. The detective has gone to sleep by now.
The detective's gone to sleep. The secretary is not in the apartment.
Mr. Bell, this is sort of your bag. Now, I could hang out in the lobby and wait for the secretary to come back and detain them if you'd like me to. That's about all I'm really good for in these sort of situations.
Wait, the guard is out right outside the door too, right?
The guard is outside the apartment door.
Okay.
So you passed in the hallway when you went in, but you were invisible and you don't think he saw you.
Okay. This is what I need. I need somebody to get this guard away from the door.
I feel I can do that quietly, unless Miss Curie has other thoughts.
I was just going to say Violet's skill set tends to be talking and distracting.
I'm thinking that once the guard leaves, I can begin unlocking the door. And when I get in, Nova, you can pull that fire alarm. That way I'll have her all to myself in the chaos.
For confirmation, can you tell me if the fire system is like old school or modern? Like,
There's an old school sort of pull handle on it. It's one of those things where you don't want to have to worry about having a comm link access to it if there's actually a fire.
okay, cool.
But what are building codes in the 2080s? Welcome to the dystopian future.
What even is OSHA?
And I'd like to activate astral perception.
Okay.
Activate. Waiting for you, Violet.
Yeah, so I will walk up. What was the secretary? Like, what did they look like?
Male human, sort of average looking.
Okay. So I will use my adept power of cosmetic control.
Okay.
To look like a female human. With like different colored hair, just so I don't look exactly like myself.
That's fair.
And I'm gonna walk up to, I'm gonna walk straight past the guard, walk down the hallway like I own the place, and go to the next door neighbor's apartment and just start banging on the door. Side note, did we actually get the secretary's name?
Yeah, you have the secretary's name.
Okay.
You guys have done research.
Okay. So I'm going to start banging on the door and we'll use the causing a scene. And I'm just at the door, just pounding on it, screaming, I know you're in there with her. I can't believe you'd do this to me. You said you would love me forever. And if you don't open this door right now, I'm going to break it down and just make...
He's not here right now, the troll says.
Oh, you know where he is? You know where I can find him? Because he is in big trouble, and if you are covering for him, then you're going to be in even bigger trouble. I know that I look small, but I am mighty, and I am not scared of any man who's covering for some sort of backstabbing, mean guy who's going to make me cry all night when he told me it was true love, and I just got here, and I can't believe this. Why would you cover for such a jerk? And I will continue if you'd like.
So he does draw himself to his full height so that the horns are scraping the ceiling, and thrusts his chest out like he's showing you the badge, and he growls, "You best come back tomorrow when he's here."
In your comms, you hear, "I love what you're doing. I can hear it. But away from the door, dear. Away."
And she said, well, if he knows what's good for him, he best not come back. In fact, I know that you're protecting him. What is your badge number? What is your name? I need to speak to your supervisor right now because this is unacceptable. This is not what server protect means. This is protecting bros before bros, and I do not appreciate it. So you're going to give me your information right now, and we're going to make this happen because I cannot stand for this.
He says, "There's the badge number. Don't confuse it with the apartment number as you leave."
That's a real bold move, Jen. We know it didn't work last time, so.
Well, here's bold move number 7. Okay. I'm going to reach up for his badge and try to throw it down the hallway.
Okay. Go ahead and make an unarmed. We'll call it an unarmed attack. But you'll get you'll get +4 to it.
All right.
Here we go. Let me.
It's terrible.
He's got eyebrow tats.
Too late now.
Yeah, you grab it and throw it down the hall. If you're not gone when I get back, you're under arrest. He goes down the hall to grab the badge.
And I will say overcomes. You better work fast.
How many floors I forgot to ask how many floors of the building are there? We're on 7. How many are there?
There are 12 floors.
Okay, that'd be stupid. I was gonna go over and around to the other side from the roof. No.
That's actually, since I wasn't given since I wasn't given instructions on this run, I'm going to I was letting Violet talk, but I'm going to levitate myself invisible, levitate up to the balcony so that I can get in and provide backup if needed.
Okay.
Cool. Yep, to the door, and I will. Oh, can I, with my astral perception, can I tell if it's warded or not? And if it is warded, am I able to go through with my perception up? Does that do a thing? I don't know how this works.
It does a thing. You do not want to be astrally perceiving when you pass through the ward.
Okay. Can I see into the apartment? I don't know how this works. Like, can I see that there's anything going on?
So it's not X-ray vision.
Okay.
So you can't see through the wall.
But I can tell it's warded.
You can tell it's warded. You can tell the wall has that astral energy that looks like a ward.
Okay. Well, can I unlock the door without triggering anything? Or try to unlock the door without triggering anything? Magical?
Fisher says the door's unlocked.
Oh. Thanks. You take all the fun out of things sometimes.
TikTok, Mr. Bell.
Okay. I will open the door and, I guess, yeah, I'll just tap open the door and try to get a look into the crack to see if I can see anything spiritual. Really quick.
So you see the ward's energy, but through the ward's energy, you don't see any spirits roaming around.
Okay, then I cut my perception and I'll stealth in.
So go ahead and make a stealth chest. So Curie, yeah, you're essentially on the balcony or near the balcony. The patio door is warded.
Yep, I know.
But you see enough of through like the the blinds, they're like the big vertical blinds that you have on a patio door. And they're mostly but not fully closed, so you can kind of see through as the door opens just a little bit and then closes. Okay. So you're in. The door closes. And this is when
how much is a
he
little
picks
bit?
the badge. You think enough for a Mr. Bell to squeeze through?
Oh, he's the front door that I can see through.
So you're seeing through the patio door. You're seeing as the apartment door
Gotcha.
opens.
Okay.
So, Mr. Bell, you're in the apartment.
Can I see her comms?
So you don't see a comm link handy. You see, you've done enough surveillance to know she keeps the comm link next to her when she sleeps.
Okay.
The bedroom door is closed.
Okay. Oh yeah. I will whisper. It would be a good time now to set the alarm off, Nova.
Is the patio door unlocked?
Fisher, can you turn the cameras off as I go? I don't want anyone to see me on cams pulling this alarm.
Yeah, this system is so easy.
Is he being sarcastic?
It sounds like he's being sarcastic.
You're capable of anything. And I put a hat on.
Okay.
And I walk in.
So you walk in. And so we'll say the alarm gets tripped just as the patrol officer picks up his badge and turns toward Violet.
While they were doing that, I was furiously rubbing my eyes to make my eye makeup look all smudgy. And I'm going to grab the welcome mat from in front of the apartment next door and hold it very tight and do this to the officer as I'm walking past him like this doormat is my consolation prize.
Sure. And yeah, we'll say the secretary is the type of guy that has a welcome mat on an indoor apartment door.
Many people are like Bob.
There are like 3 people. There are like 3 people on my floor that have those.
Mm-hmm. Well, now there's 2 because I took it.
Can I whisper to Fisher to make it so that if she turns the lights on, she can't turn any lights on in her house? Can you do that?
I think I got it. Act quick,
Nice.
though.
Well, so here's the plan of action. So I don't know that you're there, Curie. So I don't know if it's open or not, or what to do, or how to take a cue for that. But I have my trank patches between my fingers, like playing cards, and I'm waiting for the alarm to go off. And when she comes out, no one just wakes up when the alarm goes off and just like rushes straight out the door. They always are disoriented and kind of like bump around and fumble for stuff. So
They always fumble for stuff.
Yeah, so when she opens the door, I'm gonna give her the 5 patches to the face move.
5 patches to the face.
Well, no, it's been 3, right? So far, it's taken 3 patches to put someone down.
But if you're doing it between your fingers, it's really 4 patches to the face.
Okay, 4 patches to the face.
As you do the.
And I would tell him.
Slap.
I'm on the patio if you need me.
Oh, okay. Can I imagine there's a door I can see. Can I unlatch that and then get ready? And is that asking too much?
Yeah, so it's a mechanical latch. You can, as you go by, so it's the patio door and the bedroom door, and then you just flip the switch with one hand, and you've got your trank slap ready.
Yeah, and
so I'll ask you to make so the alarm goes off, and she does sort of start fumbling for stuff as you expected. Mm-hmm. I'll ask you for an unarmed strike at -4.
Okay.
Once I'm in, Bob, I can start casting my preps too, right?
Once you're inside, yes.
-4, you said, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there goes all my hits. I can only afford 3. Hey.
2 hits, that's enough. So I need to make 4 body tests for her. Uh-oh. Whew. Roll 20 was about to crash on me.
Finally, an end to his good streak.
All right, there's 5 boxes. 6 boxes.
Oh!
17, so another 6 boxes. So 17. And another 5, so 22 boxes. So she wakes up and then she's out and she's sort of bleeding from the nose.
She's very out.
Very, very out.
We killed her.
So you check. So you check. Go ahead and make a biotech test.
Okay. With logic, right?
Yep.
Ooh, do I get an edge for that? Ooh, I do have analytical mind.
Ah, okay. So you do get an edge for that.
Oh, nope, I have no idea.
Okay. Curie, go ahead and make a biotech plus logic test.
Can I do first aid or?
Just roll the biotech plus logic at the moment. I'm looking to see if you recognize what's going on. Okay, that's enough. You recognize that she is in physical damage overflow.
Oh.
Her stun track is filled, her physical track is filled, and she's in overflow. So if you act quickly, you can save her life.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay. So you act quickly and save her life. Very good. So you stabilize.
Jesus.
And the alarm is going off. You hear a shoulder hit the door, the front door of the apartment.
Levitate her down. Levitate her down.
Get her to the door, to the patio.
I drag her to the patio.
So I give the command to the water spirit to conceal.
Okay.
And the air spirit to carry down to the van.
You can do that. Yep.
Once we get her out that door, and then we're gonna take the this way down as well.
So you're going to essentially reverse the process you did coming in.
Yep.
Dropping all of your spells again because you're going through the ward again, and then doing the invisibility and levitate.
Yep.
Okay, so you guys managed to do that because I know Mr. Bell has wall running, and so it's for him it's like a stroll in the park.
Yeah, and I have Gecko Grip.
I should roll my my spells and drain.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay. Rolling what you needed. So you guys, let's see, with Violet leaving with her trophy, and the rest of you guys walking out, you escape with the nearly but not quite dead Detective Watkins.
And I have washed all of the neighbors' dishes and tidied up a little bit. He's going to be freaked out when he sees that.
Yeah, because it's you can tell it's Friday night. The guy probably hasn't cleaned all week, and so that'll be a shock.
I even fold the corners of the paper of the toilet paper.
So in fact, Nova, you see the secretary return just as the alarm is going off, and it's sort of like, what's going on? As you walk right past.
I go, fire alarm, everybody out.
And so a VW microbus rolls up. It's a different color again. The door opens for you to get in.
Get in.
Okay.
I think the air and water spirit before they're dismissed. So.
Very well.
And I'll wait till about a mile away before I toss the doormat out the window.
Yes, you saw Violet, and it didn't look like Violet.
Oh, right.
And so this human female sitting in the back seat when Curie gets in, and she's clutching a welcome mat, a doormat. So are we going to drop her off now, or does she need some sort of medical attention? Fisher says.
I think she's ripe for delivery.
Yeah, we should just offload this immediately.
All right.
She'll need more medical attention later, believe me.
We're making far too many trips to the Green Mansion. So he hits the button again, and the van drives itself to the Green Mansion. And there, the concierge is waiting again. Good morning. Good evening, Mr. Bell.
Good evening, madam. Slide open the door, present the passed out body in the seats.
Ah, excellent. If you would reserve room 105 for her, please.
Right away.
And I believe this completes your contract. The Green Mansion appreciates your service. And she hands over the remainder of the payment.
Oh, I forgot to get the payment for the other. Can I pat her down and see if she's got any? No, she won't. She's probably in pajamas. Damn it.
Yeah, she's in pajamas, so she's not carrying so much as a comm link, let alone any cred sticks.
Somebody still owes me money.
Well, her apartment's empty. You can go back in there.
We'll do a one shot or something later.
Mr. Bell always gets his pay.
And then gives it to Nova to gamble.
Right.
Surgery.
So with that, we've had this is the thrilling conclusion of Revenge of the Green Mansion. I want to thank everybody for joining us. Thank you to the players for making it fun. Thank you to Tech. Thanks, Tom, for holding the train on the rails. Let's see. I think we have. You have the last chance to hit hashtag RemPC for the giveaway.
Or go to remalternis.com/Nuyen to get bonus entries to win. Or if you're a Patreon, what was that?
If you want to put your thumb on the scale, yes, donate more money.
Also, Patreon gets you bonus entries. So all you have to do is every week type in hashtag RemPC to let us know you're here. And we'll give you bonus entries for your support on Patreon. So, last chance while we get the final drawing from Ava. And don't forget, the drawing is for the Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook Seattle Edition in PDF. So, last chance. And we'll draw that real quick here. Is there anything else? Why don't we do intros while we're waiting to hear from Ava?
Yeah. Go ahead, Jen.
I'm Jen. I run the Geek Forge, which is thegeekforge.etsy.com. And we do cosplay props and accessories. And if you are headed to Gen Con next week, there is still time to get that finishing touch for your costume. So if you head on over and let me know when you place your order that you're going to Gen Con, I'll make sure to get it out the door by this weekend so you can have it in plenty of time for your trip and your awesome costume.
Amber.
Yeah.
Where's your first things?
Yeah, I was waiting for popcorn, Amber.
Rem is reaching for a prop, I think.
Gotcha. Well, someone who helped me with my jacket that I wear on stream every Thursday, Jen, helped create this patch for my stepper shack. I don't know, is it in screen? Am I in screen? Here we are.
You're in screen, awesome.
It's excellent quality. I asked her to do a lot of things for me, and so you will have no buyer's remorse. Like, she is the person to go to. And there is the thing that the prop that she made. Rem, flash that one more time. I'm so awkward. I'm so sorry, everyone. Hello.
Yeah, if you saw the ad earlier, it lets you. It looks like you're throwing magical energy. It's really cool.
Yes.
And I think that one there is one of the limited editions, right?
That's correct.
Yes, rainbow.
It was made for. Is that right, Jen? It was made for Pride Month.
Yeah, it was made for Pride Month, and I made 2, and now Rem has 1.
But yes, I'm Amber. I play the Street Sam. Unfortunately, I'm not getting to go to Gen Con, but alternatively, I will be in Seattle doing some real world exploring during that time. So, something on brand.
So you're gonna stop by the actual Green Mansion?
You can. It's real.
It's real.
Yep.
I'm scared. I'm nervous too. Should I?
It's not. It's not creepy in real life. Well, it's kind of creepy in real life, but not like that.
Well, maybe I will go check it out. If you are curious to follow my Seattle adventures, you can follow me on Instagram. My handle is @AmberBELA. Popcorn, Roland.
Hey guys, I'm Roland. What do? Mostly this. I'm just a regular old dude. But I am a Rem PC, so you should check out our Rem Alternis Discord information. I'm not good at that. Help me, Rem.
Yeah, I'm going to copy the URL for our Discord right now.
There you go. We're doing a streamathon soon. You should hop on and check that out, actually.
There's a streamathon coming up. The end of the month.
I'm gonna be in a different Shadowrun game as Mr. Bell, actually, for that streamathon. So if you like Mr. Bell, which might say a little bit about you, you should check it out.
Rem,
you.
I can't multitask. Hold on.
All right. So I'll go then. I'm Bob, your GM. I also GM on Tuesday nights a Shadowrun 5e game running through the Chicago missions arc. We're currently in season 7. That's on twitch.tv/Master of Rem. And last but certainly not least,
I have focus now. So, yeah, join us at twitch.tv/Master of Rem. We stream 5 to 6 days a week. We have Sent into Avernus. We have Shadowrun 6th edition, Shadowrun 5th edition, Paranormal Albany, which is a Dresden Files RPG powered by Cortex Prime. We have Like Clockwork, which is D&D, but steampunk fantasy in the world of our comic book. That issue 2 is coming to Kickstarter in about 2.5 weeks. So really cool stuff there. You can check that out at rumalternis.com/kick. We have a lot of Kickstarters that are coming that we're working on, which is super cool. And then we have a Learn to Play program as well. So if you've always wanted to learn D&D 5th edition and didn't know where to, join our Discord. I posted the link right above in chat. And I'm doing a character creation session on the 13th. And there's going to be a one-shot later in the month as well. So learn to play with us. And then, yeah, the Streamathon is August 27th and 28th on our Twitch channel. And if you join the Discord server, come play with us. Like, we're celebrating the community, and we're celebrating, you guys that you're the reason we stream. So it'd be great to play with you guys. And if you've ever just wanted to dabble in streaming or get into the community that way, it's a really cool opportunity. So yeah, lots of cool stuff happening at Rem. Did I miss anything, guys?
So next week we are off for Gen Con. You should be off for Gen Con too. The following week, I don't recall what that date is. It's like the 11th, I think.
The 11th
is one-shot week.
Yeah, for the one-shot show. So next week, all of Gen Con TV is off for Gen Con. They're doing some content on here, but it's all focused around the con. I will be at Gen Con, so if you see me, come say hi. And then the following week is our one-shot show that we do once a month, and we're going to be doing Prowlers and Paragons. And Tom, our tech guy that sometimes you hear but never get to see, he and I are going to be playing with the Mobius Worlds folks. And playing Prowlers and Paragons. So that's going to be a really cool thing to catch. And then we'll be back on the 18th with more Shadowrun. All right, we have our winner. You guys ready to hear this? Who is our winner? Well, with a hashtag RemPC entry and donating to remalternus.com/Nuyen, our winner is MathBlade314. Thank you so much for all of your interaction and chat tonight. It makes it so much fun to be able to talk and play with you guys and get advice on what to do next and how to defeat Bob. We need a lot of help with that.
And to defeat me.
So,
not any of the NPCs, me.
and congratulations on winning the Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook Seattle Edition. If you didn't win, we do a different giveaway every single week. Sometimes it's a Shadowrun book, sometimes it's something from the Geek Forge, from Jen, sometimes it's a new book from whoever we interviewed. So you never know what it's going to be, so hang out with us and win some prizes. And then we also have a request to read something.
2 requests.
Roland, you go first.
What?
There was a request from you earlier in the
Very early in the stream.
Oh, I see it. Okay. Okay. I guess. Did you hear? Green Mansion is branching out into the restaurant business. And then his other personality says, "Oh, do say." It's called Curry On, My Wayward Spud. And then his other personality says, really? That's it.
Yes, there will be peas when you are done.
Oh, that wasn't in quotes. Sorry, guys, I messed that up.
And Rem has been requested to read something.
This is from Mr. Vimes. I know he goes to bed before this and like literally watches the end of the episode the next day so that he can see me suffer. So what software does a mage use on their grimoire?
What?
Spell check.
That's actually factual.
So every week, cause me pain by going to remalternus.com/Nuyen. It helps support our cast and crew to keep producing great content. And give us a follow on Twitch. Give us a follow on Discord. We're on social medias everywhere. And I think that's all I've got. Anyone have anything else to add before we say goodbye? Thank you to Tom. Thank you, Tom, for running tech. We really appreciate everything you do. And we'll see you guys next time on Roll with Rem Alternis. I forgot the name of my show.
See you.